Good evening and welcome everybody. Thanks for taking the time out of your night to join us. Line 5, straight to Mackinac for an application received by EGLE under Part 301 and 325 of the NREPA. My name is Ryan Blazek. I'm with EGLE's Environmental Support Division. I'll just be your moderator for tonight's hearing. And this is what our agenda looks like. For those of you, on the phone, I'll kind of walk through this agenda so you can hear it. We're going to start off with an introduction, and then EGLE is going to present a little bit of information on the application that was received. So hopefully that helps with your comments. We're going to provide other ways to make a comment, how to send your questions to EGLE, and then go through the official hearing where everybody will have opportunities to make a comment tonight. All right, here's the other ways to make a comment. In case you did not want to make one tonight, there's a number of other ways you can do it through EGLE's My Enviro system, through application HQ3 8BYB-N9DT1. And again, I'm going to read this pretty verbatim for the people on the phone so that you can get it. Or by email, you can send a comment to EGLE-Enbridge-public-comments@michigan.gov, or by mail to EGLE GDO-WRD at P.O. Box 30458, Lansing, Michigan 48909-7958. And the public comment period for this hearing is going to be open after the hearing until August 29th. So you can provide a comment by one of these ways or by making a comment tonight as well. If you have a question, we'll not be answering questions tonight. We had an informational session last week where we had a question and answer session. We'll try to put that. If you have questions, you can email them to the same email address as to make a comment. That's EGLE-Enbridge-public-comments@michigan.gov. Just please include question in the subject line, the word question. That way we know it's a question versus a comment. All right. For those of you who haven't joined us for a public hearing before, all lines are going to be muted during the hearing. So you'll be able to hear us, but we can't hear you. However, obviously you will be unmuted when it's time to give your statement. And we'll give everybody an opportunity to make a statement and explain how we're going to do that once we get to that point. And also, just so you're aware, we are recording this hearing. It will be posted on our YouTube channel in a day or two. All right, without further ado, I'd like to ask our other EGLE staff on the line, our panelists, to turn their cameras on and introduce themselves.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Jared Sanders. I'm the Director in Water Resources Division.
Hey, everyone. Kyle Alexander. I'm the Field Operations Section Manager in Water Resource Division.
Hi, everyone. Ann Garwood, Supervisor of the Wetlands, Lakes, and Streams Unit in Water Resources Division.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Joe Haas. I'm the District Supervisor in the Gaylord Field Office.
Good evening, everybody.
My name is John Walt. I am the File Manager reviewing any new submissions that come in and making sure that things go in an orderly manner on this one with the help of the rest of the team.
All right, thank you all for that introduction. I think John's going to go through some slides now in that informational session. John, I have him here with me. Just let me know when to change slides.
Perfect. Thank you, Ryan. So to start off, everybody, I'd like to really get going with what the impacts that we are reviewing for currently under this application. First, the proposed impacts under review on this public notice for Part 303, which is the Wetlands Protection Act. This is in Mackinac County on Point LaBarbe, the north side of the Straits of Mackinac. 1.53 acres of wetland filling, grading, and construction is proposed, and that's for building construction, laydown areas, the tunnel portal construction, road improvements, operational needs that follow all of that construction as well. And that is the extent of the Part 303 considerations here, again, all on the north side of the Straits. Then on the south side in Emmet County, we're reviewing impacts under Part 325, that is the Great Lakes submerged lands. There is a water intake structure that is proposed 800 square feet, including the pipe that is proposed for the intake structure, along with the structure itself. That is for the construction water intake. That'll be used on both the north and south side. The construction water is proposed to be from that water intake. And this is proposed to be removed following the construction. And then would just like to note that spoils disposal is throughout 3 counties, Sheboygan, Emmet, and Mackinac counties. But that spoils disposal is not proposed in areas that are regulated by the Water Resources Division with these parts that are listed. Ryan, next slide, please. This is an overview of both the existing area in the Straits of Mackinac and some of the areas that are proposed as well. So there is currently 2 dual pipelines that are on the bottomlands or in some places buried beneath the bed of Lake Michigan. So you can see those in sort of the dashed line going in the straits here, as well as a red dotted line for the proposed tunnel alignment. The blue outlines are the limits of disturbance on the north and south side here that I'll get into a little bit more detail here. Ryan, if we could go to the next slide. So this is for the purpose of facilitating the construction of a tunnel. We're reviewing the application, looking at the construction of a tunnel and reviewing where that lies and how this construction on the north and south side is for this specific purpose. Next slide, please, Ryan. So on the north end, this yellow outline is the proposed limits of disturbance. This is again in Mackinac County on Point LaBarbe. You can still see similarly that dashed line with the existing pipelines and then the proposed tunnel alignment there in the red. Next slide, please, Ryan. This is the wetlands that were identified out in this area. Specifically, we are looking at the wetlands that are contained within that limits of disturbance, again, that yellow outline. And so this is the whole of the 1.53 acres of wetland impact that EGLE is reviewing for in this application. Next slide, please, Ryan. This is the final operational layout of the area. The entire area is proposed to be used during construction. And then finally, the final operational layout is within this yellow line again and demonstrates the areas that are proposed to be used, which is throughout construction. And then finally, its final design that is proposed. Next slide, please, Ryan. Similarly, on the south side here, now on McGulpin Point in Emmet County, this is the yellow outline of limits of disturbance, and then the proposed tunnel alignments in the existing pipelines. Next slide, please, Ryan. So this is just the north. You can catch a glimpse of that limits of disturbance in the very bottom of this image, that yellow line again. And going into Lake Michigan, there is proposed water intake structure that I mentioned earlier. And so that's what this image is demonstrating, is where that water intake structure is proposed to be located, along with, again, its overall square footage of 800 square feet. If we could go to the next slide, please, Ryan. This is a profile view of the proposed intake structure with a horizontal directional drilling to occur beneath the bed of the lake. And then emerging for that last little bit where there's a pipe proposed to be weighed by concrete ballasts, and then a water intake structure to exist. So this is from a side view, the plan that is proposed. Next slide, please, Ryan. This is an example of what a water intake structure looks like with the pipe and the concrete ballasts attached to it. The top picture is a profile view, and the bottom picture shows sort of overall what it looks like. There is a concrete pad that it rests on, and again, is proposed to be removed after the construction. And I believe the next slide gets at that, Ryan. Oh, never mind. Sorry, it's the slide after this one. This is the turbidity curtain. This has a lot going on in this picture, but there is a turbidity plan in place for the installation of this structure, so as to contain sediment from moving around while the structure is being installed. So this is a proposed turbidity plan with the details that were included in the entire public notice documents that are available online as well. Next slide, Ryan. Okay, so this is the final operational layout then on the south side. And the biggest thing to note here is that there is not the intake structure within the Great Lakes on this image as well. And so there are no wetlands on the south side that are being proposed to be impacted. It is the intake structure that is being proposed that we are reviewing the application for. Next slide, please, Ryan.
All right, thank you, John, for providing that background and information on this application. We're going to go ahead and move into the hearing portion of tonight, where everybody will have an opportunity to make a comment. And to do so, we're going to have John read the opening statement for us tonight.
All right, perfect. Thank you, everybody. I do have to read this entire opening statement, and so we'll just get right into it. So good evening, everybody. My name is John Walt. I am the district representative in the Water Resources Division of the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, or EGLE, E-G-L-E. I will be serving as the hearing officer for this public hearing on EGLE submission HQ3-8BYB-N9DT1 for the Enbridge Energy Line 5 application. With me tonight are other EGLE staff who will be assisting with this hearing that we introduced earlier, and that is, again, Jared Sanders, the Water Resources Division Director, Kyle Alexander, the Field Operations Section Manager, Ann Garwood, who is Supervisor of EGLE's Wetland Lakes and Streams Unit, and Joe Haas, who is the Supervisor for EGLE's Gaylord District Office. To begin, I will provide some background information about why we are here tonight. Following this, I will describe the purpose of the hearing and how your comments will be used. I will outline the procedures through which we will take your comments and then speak to what will happen after tonight's hearing. It will then be time for you to provide the comments, and we will spend the majority of time tonight listening to those comments. At the end of this hearing, I will provide another short summary and a closing statement. By way of background information, the Water Resources Division is responsible for administering a variety of programs that help protect inland lakes and streams, wetlands, floodplains, sand dunes, and the Great Lakes. The law governing those responsibilities is the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act, 1994 PA 451 as amended, also known as Act 451. We are here tonight because Enbridge Energy has proposed to dredge, fill, construct, operate, and maintain a use in 1.53 acres of wetlands in Mackinac County. These wetlands are within 1,000 feet of Lake Michigan and located on Point LaBarbe. In Emmet County, a water intake structure is proposed in Lake Michigan with a footprint of 0.017 acres, which is 800 square feet. The purpose of the proposed project is to replace the existing dual pipelines presently located on Lake Michigan bottomlands by the construction of a tunnel beneath the lake bed. In order for a permit to be granted, EGLE must find that the proposed activities described in the public notice meet certain criteria set by Part 303, the Wetlands Protection Act, and Part 325, Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act of Act 451, the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act. In general, we must consider the effect of the proposed project on the wetland and the Great Lakes bottomlands. When reviewing an application for permit under the provisions of Part 303, the Wetlands Protection of Act 451, EGLE is charged to make the following considerations as required by Section 303.11 of Part 303. A permit for an activity listed in Section 303.04 shall not be approved unless the department determines that the issuance of a permit is in the public interest, that the permit is necessary to realize the benefits derived from the activity, and that the activity is otherwise lawful. And specifically, a permit shall not be issued unless it is shown that an unacceptable disruption will not result to the aquatic resources, and a permit shall not be issued unless the applicant also shows either of the following. A, the proposed activity is primarily dependent upon being located in the wetland, or B, a feasible and prudent alternative does not exist. When reviewing an application for permit under the provisions of Part 325 of Act 451, EGLE is charged to make the following considerations as required by the rules promulgated from Section 32509 of Part 325. Specifically, that the adverse effects to the environment, public trust, and riparian interests of adjacent owners are minimal and will be mitigated to the extent possible. And 2, that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the applicant's proposed activity, which is consistent with the reasonable requirements of the public health, safety, and welfare. So the purpose of tonight's hearing is to give anyone the opportunity to provide pertinent information that EGLE can use in making the decision of whether or not to issue a permit. Please recognize that EGLE can only use the information you provide if it relates to the criteria that EGLE must use from the statute. Some of you may simply want to express your support or opposition to the project. We'll be happy to take note of your position, but please understand that EGLE is, by law, not allowed to base our decision on whether or not there is widespread support or opposition to the project. In a moment, I will outline the procedures we'll use for taking your comments. But before I do so, I do need to mention that this notice of this hearing was published in the St. Ignace News on the week of July 25 of 2025 and the Petoskey News Review on July 29, 2025. As we discussed at the beginning of this session, if you have a comment to provide, raise your hand in the Zoom toolbar. To ensure that the hearing is conducted in a fair manner, we will follow these steps. First, EGLE has already provided a description of the proposed project prior to the hearing statement. We'll first call on those who have indicated in their registration that they would like to speak. After that, we'll call on all those that raise their hand in their Zoom toolbar that they would like to make a comment if they haven't already been called upon. As a reminder, if you are participating in this hearing via telephone only, follow the directions of the moderator on how to identify that you would like to make a comment. You may also submit your comments to EGLE via the MindViro portal, email, or US mail, as Ryan mentioned earlier. When all the comments have been completed, we will ask if anyone else would like to make a statement. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted. As you begin your comment, please state your name and any group or association you may represent. Each person will be given 3 minutes to make their comments. We will indicate to you when you have a minute left. Please begin wrapping up your comments and end within the allotted time. If need be, we will indicate when your time has ended. I ask that we all be courteous and respectful to one another tonight. Please also recognize that EGLE staff is here tonight to provide a fair opportunity for you to express your comments on the proposed project and to listen to those comments. This hearing is being recorded, and your comments will be a part of the information EGLE will consider in making its decision on whether or not to issue a permit on the proposed project. The public comment period for this public hearing is open for 10 days from the date of this hearing, which ends on August 29 of 2025. Additional information and comments submitted in writing during the 10-day public comment period will also be considered when we're making our decision. Following the close of the public comment period, EGLE will review every comment and proceed with making a decision to either issue a permit for the project as proposed, permit the project with modifications, or send a letter of denial. You may find out what the decision is by checking the EGLE MindViro portal website and searching for the application number, which is again HQ3-8BYB-N9DT1. Thank you for your attention. We will begin calling names as Ryan gives out more instructions.
All right, many thanks, John. Yeah, just a couple things to add upon there. We currently have, 180 people who are logged in. We're going to start with the list of people, as John mentioned during registration, who indicated they wanted to make a comment in order. And we have a list of 81 people. We're going to be putting the names of people in order in the chat, I think in groups of about 5, just so you know if you're on deck. Everyone will have 3 minutes to make their comments. You'll see a countdown timer in the corner of your screen to let you know how much time you have left. And when you have 1 minute left, you're going to hear this sound, which is just a ding, so you know how much, you have a minute left. It's going to be one comment per person. Everyone will have an opportunity to make a comment tonight. So we're going to go through all the comments until we get through everybody. In about 2 hours, we'll take about a 10-minute break at about 8:20, and then we'll resume comments with whatever comments we have left. Once we get through this list of 81 names, if you have not made a comment yet, you can raise your hand in Zoom, keep your hand raised, and we'll call on you in order. If you're on the phone and you'd like to make a comment, please select #2 on your receiver. And what that will do will raise your hand in Zoom, and then it will, we can call on you using the last 4 digits of your phone number. So please do that if you're on the phone and you'd like to make a comment. And so with that, I think that's everything I had. We're going to go ahead and get started. So I'm going to start with, we're going to put the first list of names in the chat. And it looks like they're already up there. So first up is Nicole Kiwe-Biber. Nicole, we're going to unmute you.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You can begin when you're ready.
Okay, so good evening. Ani Buju. My name is Dr. Nicole Kiwe-Biber. I'm a tribal citizen of the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa, Turtle Clan. Part 325 of the Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act is based on laws and rules requiring EGLE to ensure that a project will have a no more than minimal impact on the public trust and the environment. Part 303 Wetlands Protections require EGLE to determine whether a proposed project avoids and minimizes impacts to threatened and endangered species. Though the overall scope of review is absurdly limited by the applicant Enbridge to just a fraction of tunnel construction impacts and no mention of the absolute feasibility of retiring the pipeline as a whole, the impacts that are admitted to fail to meet the standard of being minimal. To take just one example, the 5 million gallons of wastewater to be dumped daily into Lake Michigan. What will that do to struggling whitefish who are already on the brink of collapse? EGLE's mission is not to limit scrutiny to an industry's subjective measures of minimal impacts as based on extractive industry norms and selective data inherently conflicted and suspect due to vested financial interest. At a time when more species are going extinct at a faster rate than when the dinosaurs went extinct, EGLE must consider the real costs of destroying and paving over irreplaceable sensitive areas housing life forms particular to that specific place. The most evolved science is only lately beginning to observe and understand the intricacy and complexity of ecosystem interconnectedness, from underground networks of mycelium to the remarkable capacity of ecosystems to heal and recover when allowed to naturally function and in concert with thoughtful restoration efforts. To align with parts 325 and 303, EGLE must remain undistracted and consider the proven science detailing the devastating impacts of habitat fragmentation, the cascade of detrimental outcomes associated with the loss of wetlands, and the water quality implications of yet more pollution. The earth scientists in EGLE's employ are fully aware that we are at a biodiversity tipping point, as in just the past 50 years, vertebrate populations have plummeted by 73%, and 1 million plant and animal species are now threatened with extinction, pushing this mass die-off even further by destroying the very site where some of the last plants and animals of their species on the face of the earth remain, does not present as a minimal impact in a real world context. The destruction of those wetlands and death of those inhabiting species is irreversible. Enbridge wants EGLE to shrug off the full implications of Part 325's solemn charge to safeguard the public trust and protect the water. This inadequate, non-comprehensive permit process seems designed to escape scrutiny. However, the current water and wetland permit decision still provides EGLE the opportunity to follow the law and fulfill the task of protecting the interests of the people and waters and wildlife of Michigan. 4 million acres of wetlands are gone since European immigrants first encountered
Nicole, your time is up. Please wrap the comments up.
Please deny, please deny, okay, so what wetlands remained are precious of an
Nicole,
inestimable
we're
worth.
gonna have to
Okay, I'm sorry. Please deny
move on.
Enbridge's water permit. Do not permit public trust waters to be further pushed beyond their capacity to survive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Nicole. All right. All right, before we move on to the next person, I just, one thing I wanted to mention, that as mentioned, we're not taking questions or answering questions tonight or taking comments through the Q&A box. However, if you're having a technical issue tonight, when we get to you with your microphone or what have you, feel free to reach out to us in the Q&A box. Just wanted to make that point. Amanda Fisher, you are up. Feel free to begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much. My name is Tim Langholtz. I'm standing in for Amanda tonight. I'm the Assistant State Director here in Michigan for the National Federation of Independent Business, or NFIB. We represent small and independent businesses in all 50 state capitals and Washington, D.C. And so it's on behalf of over 11,300 members in Michigan that we want to share our strong support of Line 5 in the Great Lakes Tunnel and urge you to grant the permits necessary to begin the construction under Part 303 and 325 of the NREPA that you're considering. So NFIB is unique in that we base our policy positions on a vote of our members. So when asked if Line 5 should be closed down, over 72% of our membership said no. Our members believe that the continued use of Line 5 is critical to small business and believe that the new Great Lakes Tunnel will make it safe for years to come. And since the permitting process began 5 years ago, Enbridge has conducted more than 40,000 hours of survey work in the Straits, providing their results to the permitters. This has been one of the most comprehensive project reviews in Michigan's history. Preparing to build a major, once-in-a-generation piece of infrastructure like the Great Lakes Tunnel takes intense study, we get that, and thoughtful planning. And in construction of the tunnel, we know that Enbridge is working with state and federal agencies to study and develop plans that will minimize and mitigate impacts to the natural environment, natural resources, cultural heritage, and community priorities. They're state experts who have concluded that the risk of a spill into the Straits from this tunnel because of its comprehensive because of the comprehensive survey work that has been done and planning, that the risk of spill into the Straits is virtually zero. Line 5 delivers up to 25 million gallons per day of fuel to Michigan and surrounding states, so that individuals and businesses can gas up their cars, power their equipment at work, and businesses alike. Not only is it time that are great, but it's also to keep costs manageable on main streets. Great Lakes Tunnel is not strategic infrastructure investment for Michigan economy and specifically our. Thank you.
Next up is Mark Griffin. Mark, you're muted on our end.
Right, thank you. I'd like the EGLE staff for taking to listen to both sides of this. My name is Mark Griffin, Michigan Petroleum Association, Michigan Convenience Store. We are the state's petroleum and the state's convenience store industry. Together, we have over 400 companies as members with over 3,400 locations. Our employ over 15,000 people statewide in every one of Michigan's 80. We and these Great Lakes Tunnel under the Straits of Mackinac be the same. Building this tunnel is a big thing, and as Michigan for doing things again. We provide all necessary and permits Great Lakes built. Please consider the following. Our support of the Great Lakes, we do it's the best, logical, most common sense way to protect the lake and for the energy for the people of Michigan. We see no logical reason to delay the potential benefits from the Great Lakes project, include enhanced environmental protections, securing new and existing jobs. By demand more than half 60 of the peninsula. The Lakes Tunnel project will and continues to be. In addition to the Michigan residents and two of this large 5 for the safe, reliable transport of lake oil and natural liquids critical to action the production of transport to serve as an option to house other utilities. This capability does not currently exist and will connect the two peninsulas to house critical infrastructure. In the past, the Michigan legislature recognized that Line 5 is in the best interest of the state and the tunnel is the best, most logical, most efficient, and environmentally sound solution for the straits of the people of Michigan. It's our belief that this project is more important than ever for our state. It will help re-energize our economy and help keep the people of Michigan warm and safe year-round. Once again, thank you for all you do, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
All right. Thank you for your comment, Mark. All right. Next up is Diane Middleton. So Diane, you are unmuted on our end. Should be able to unmute yourself using the microphone icon at the bottom of the screen, and can begin when you're ready.
How's that? Is that good?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Diane Middleton. I serve as Vice President of Advocacy for the Midland Business Alliance, and that is a combined Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development organization representing over 3,000 businesses in the Midland community. And I'm here this evening on behalf of the MBA, to encourage EGLE's approval of the permits for constructing the Great Lakes Tunnel. So Midland is about 184 miles south of the Straits of Mackinac. And yet we really see the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel as critical. We're all aware of the economic impact of just the propane delivery to both the upper and lower peninsulas. No other delivery alternative is as safe or efficient. And then too, there's the economic impact of the jobs that the construction would create and the tax revenue to the state of those jobs, from those jobs as well. And while that economic impact is important to the Midland Business Alliance as a business organization, we're also vocal proponents for our natural resources. The MBA strongly believes that our natural resources must be protected. And we also believe the rules and regulations to protect the environment should be common sense oriented and based on very sound science. Construction of the tunnel, which will be about a step to protect our Great Lakes. Keep in mind, as an earlier speaker pointed out, that the risk of an environmental spill with the Great Lakes Tunnel is virtually zero. So really, both the economy and environment are critical, and protecting both can be done at the same time. You might know in May of 2020, our community suffered a catastrophic dam failure event. So we've seen firsthand the calamity that happens when infrastructure and natural resource considerations are not adequately balanced. But we see the Great Lakes Tunnel as representing that balance that's needed. By moving forward with developing and permitting the Great Lakes made with the state of Michigan and the legislative action as well, and that's PA 359 of 2018. So in summary, the Midland Business Alliance encourages your approval of Enbridge's application to build the Great Lakes Tunnel under the Straits of Mackinac and replace the Line 5 pipeline within it. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, Diane. All right, next up is Mike Smith. You there, Mike?
Good evening.
Yeah, you can begin when you're ready.
Michael Smith, Executive Director of the Upper Peninsula Construction Council. It's time to build the Great Lakes Tunnel. We strongly support Line 5, the Great Lakes Tunnel, and urge you to grant the necessary permits to begin construction. The Upper Peninsula Construction Council consists of signatory contractors and building trades professionals working together to advance our industry by supplying the safest, highest quality, and most cost-effective construction services at the best possible value. We represent the first multi-trade, multi-employer association construction council in Michigan. Membership includes the major construction trades and their respective contractors. There's a reason more than 70% of Michiganders support the Great Lakes Tunnel project. It will provide additional connectivity between the peninsulas, safeguard important utilities while protecting the waterways millions of us treasure, and still give us much needed, affordable, reliable energy. Since the permitting process began 5 years ago, Enbridge has conducted more than 40,000 hours of survey work in the straits, providing their results to permitters. This has been one of the most comprehensive project reviews in Michigan's history. Preparing to build a major once-in-a-generation piece of infrastructure like the Great Lakes Tunnel takes intense study and thoughtful planning. In constructing the tunnel, Enbridge is working with state and federal agencies to study and develop plans that will minimize and mitigate impacts to the natural environment, natural resources, cultural heritage, and community priorities. That work matters and has been handled with incredible attention and care. Tunnels are common and are proven infrastructure that many of us use every day. Great Lakes Tunnel will be built safely, and what's more, it will make an already safe Line 5 pipeline even safer by getting a portion of the line out of the water and into the tunnel deep below the lake bed. Line 5 delivers up to 23 million gallons per day of the fuel that Michigan and surrounding states use to gas up their cars, power their equipment at work, and create jobs. The Great Lakes Tunnel is not just an energy project, it's a strategic infrastructure investment for Michigan. On behalf of our members, we ask that you move forward immediately with permitting for construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, Mike. All right, for those of you who may have just joined us, we're currently going through the list of names who indicated during registration they wanted to make a statement. Once we get through this list, anybody else who didn't register or who changed their mind and would like to make a statement will just need to raise their hand in Zoom, and or if you're on the phone, select #2, and we'll call on you at that time. So next up is Deanna Brown. Deanna, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, feel free to begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Deanna Brown, and I'm speaking today as a Flint, Michigan native, a Flint water crisis survivor, and a lifelong public health and environmental justice advocate. I serve as the National Director of Youth Environmental Justice Programs at Young, Gifted, and Green. I'm here to strongly oppose the permit application for the proposed Enbridge Line 5 tunnel project under the Straits of Mackinac. I want to be clear, the project threatens not only the health of the Great Lakes, but also the health, safety, and future of frontline communities across Michigan, including youth like those I work with every day in Flint, Detroit, and Indigenous communities across the state. We cannot afford to keep sacrificing our people, our land, our water for the sake of outdated fossil fuel infrastructure. The Great Lakes are a sacred and irreplaceable natural resource. They provide drinking water to over 40 million people and are central to Michigan's identity, economy, and ecology. A single oil spill in the Straits could cause irreversible damage to the ecosystem, our water supply, fisheries, and tribal lifeways. The risk of a tunnel and continued pipeline operation are simply too great, and the cumulative impacts are already devastating. Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities and low-income communities continue to bear the brunt of pollution, asthma, flooding, and toxic exposure. Adding yet another fossil fuel project on top of lead poisoning, PFAS contamination, and industrial pollution is not only irresponsible, it is a textbook example of environmental racism. Fossil fuels are fueling the climate crisis. They pollute our air, warm our planet, and cause storms, heat waves, and health crises that hit vulnerable communities the hardest. At a time when we should be leading the transition to wind, solar, and green jobs, Michigan is being asked to approve a dangerous, unnecessary fossil fuel tunnel under the largest source of fresh water in North America. This is unacceptable. As a young leader who works with the next generation of climate advocates, I urge EGLE not just to consider the technical specs of the project, but the moral, environmental, and generational consequences. Youth are watching, organizing, and holding decision makers accountable. We want clean water, not oil spills. We want clean energy justice. We want energy justice, not environmental injustice. We want a future where health of our communities is not sacrificed for corporate profit. This is why I'm urging EGLE to reject this permit in full. Protect our wetlands, protect our Great Lakes, protect our communities, and most importantly, protect our future. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Deanna. All right, it doesn't look like Mike A is on, so next up will be Mary Myers. So Mary, you are unmuted on our end.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Hello, my name is Mary Myers. I'm the Director of Economic Development Services at the Lake Superior Community Partnership. As an economic development organization committed to the long-term prosperity of not only Marquette County, but the entire Upper Peninsula, the LSCP strongly supports Line 5 and the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. We urge you to move forward with the permitting process so construction can begin without further delay. This project marks a generational investment in infrastructure that will enhance Michigan's energy reliability, safeguard our environment, and drive job creation and economic growth across the region. The Great Lakes Tunnel will enclose a vital segment of the Line 5 pipeline within a protected tunnel beneath the lake bed, dramatically reducing the risk of an incident in the Straits of Mackinac. A risk experts confirm would be reduced to virtually zero. By replacing the existing dual pipelines with a tunneled system, we not only preserve our natural resources, but also secure continued delivery of essential energy for Michigan residents, businesses, and industries. Line 5 currently supplies as much as 23 million gallons of fuel each day to Michigan and neighboring states, fuel that heats homes, powers equipment, and sustains jobs in manufacturing, agriculture, transportation, and construction. Any disruption to this flow would have a widespread consequences for families and the economy alike. Beyond maintaining energy supply, the tunnel project itself will spark significant economic benefits during construction and well into the future. From engineering and skilled trades to expanded opportunities for local contractors and suppliers, this investment will create lasting value for Michigan communities. Since the permitting process began 5 years ago, this project has undergone one of the most rigorous reviews of any infrastructure initiative in Michigan's history. Enbridge has also collaborated extensively with state and federal agencies to ensure environmental, cultural, and community considerations are addressed. As an organization focused on creating a strong foundation for business growth and investment, we believe the Great Lakes Tunnel is essential to Michigan's economic resiliency and energy security. On behalf of the LSCP, we respectfully urge you to approve the permits needed to move the vital project forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Mike Witkowski. Mike, you are unmuted on our end anyway.
There we go. Okay, am I coming in?
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide some input tonight on this project. My name is Mike Witkowski, and I serve as the Director of Environmental Policy for the Michigan Manufacturers Association. Michigan manufacturing sector employs more than 600,000 Michiganders with average annual wages exceeding $90,000. These hardworking men and women generate over 16% of our state's total economic output. Manufacturing continues to be a driving force in our economy and a critical foundation for communities across our state. That's why I'm here today to voice our strong support for the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel project. This project not only secures the energy Michigan relies on, but does so in a way that prioritizes environmental protection. Replacing the existing pipelines with an underground tunnel is the most environmentally responsible solution. The tunnel introduces layers of modern protection from secondary containment, advanced monitoring, and control systems that are simply absent from the current infrastructure. These improvements drastically reduce the risk of future incidents and represent a proactive investment in safeguarding our Great Lakes. The proposed design has very limited and temporary impacts on the surrounding environmental areas, and they are designed, as outlined in the permit, to be managed responsibly and then restored once this construction has been completed. The Great Lakes Tunnel is not just an energy project. It is an environmental protection project that reflects the realities facing our state and region. Michigan families and businesses rely on the safe and timely delivery of natural gas and oil to live and work here. While manufacturers across the state are actively investing in greener, more efficient systems, this transition is still limited by current science, technology, and available resources. Building this tunnel ensures that this transition can continue responsibly without compromising energy reliability or shifting the delivery to higher risk alternatives like trucks, trains, or barges. This is an infrastructure modernization project based on sound science, smart engineering, and environmental responsibility. I urge you to continue to working to review these permits and approve them for the construction of the Great Lakes Line 5 tunnel. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Sabrina Wilkin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Well, hello, my name is Sabrina Wilkin, and I am with the American Petroleum Institute. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today and express support for the Great Lakes Tunnel project and thank EGLE for what they do. I'm speaking today to encourage EGLE to issue a permit under the authority of Part 303 of the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act for the prompt construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. First and foremost, again, I thank you for your comprehensive review of this project. We believe that the exhaustive analysis will clearly show that the Great Lakes Tunnel has significant long-term benefits for safety, the environment, and the economy that far outweigh the temporary and manageable disruptions of its construction. We know that pipelines are a critical piece of American energy, providing the most reliable and secure way to deliver energy where it's needed, and that's why we encourage the approval of this permit. Line 5 is the critical artery that supplies much of the region's energy, including fuel for homes, schools, farms, businesses, as well as air transportation. We support this project for multiple reasons. The tunnel is the only viable option to ensure energy security for Michigan and is essential to meet the region's energy needs, including the propane demands for Michigan and the UP. Additionally, by its design, the tunnel protects the Great Lakes by offering the greatest possible safeguards for our water. And this project has strong public and economic support, as a majority of Michiganders understand that the Great Lakes Tunnel project is good for both our environment and our economy. According to the permit application, the project's construction footprint is minimal, with no impact to the lake bottom and almost no impact to the wetlands. All temporary disturbances will be fully restored post-construction. Once operational, the tunnel presents no ongoing adverse environmental impact. A slow permitting process and court challenges, however, have prevented the tunnel from advancing and thus impeded adding more reliability and security to Michigan's energy supplies. We do not need any more delays to this project. America needs more pipelines and energy infrastructure to support its growing demand for energy, not less. And that starts with Michigan and the critical infrastructure like Line 5. Thank you again for all that you do, and thanks for letting me speak tonight.
Thanks for your comments, Sabrina. All right, next up is Chris Herweyer. You there, Chris?
Hi, yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You can begin when you're ready.
All right. Hi, my name is Chris Herweyer. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I work for the Michigan League of Conservation Voters. I wanted to thank you all for taking the time to listen to me and everyone else today that's giving comment. I'm a lifelong resident of our great state, and I think you'll all agree that one of the things that makes Michigan so special is our relationship with our water. The Great Lakes ecosystem is one of a kind and needs to be protected. I've been someone that's always done the Mackinac Bridge Walk on Labor Day. I've done it 16 times in my life at this point, and just knowing that there's this aging 70-plus-year-old pipeline on the lake bed makes absolutely no sense to me, and neither does this proposed tunnel. Every day that that pipeline continues to operate is a risk to over 700 miles of Great Lakes coastline, and the risks of building the tunnel and the environmental impacts of that to our lake bottom and the wetlands that exist on both our upper and lower peninsula is just as bad. Enbridge has not done their due diligence when it comes to sampling rock layers under the straits, and there's no assurance that a tunnel would be free of risks of things like leaks and collapses. This is not to mention the fact that this tunnel would perpetuate our dependence on fossil fuels, running counter to Michigan's clean energy goals set forth in the Clean Energy and Jobs Act and the Michigan Healthy Climate Plan. Our energy supply is not dependent on this pipeline anywhere near the level to merit the investment in this ecologically disruptive tunnel or the continued risk of operating this pipeline on the lake bed for however long it would actually end up taking to even build this tunnel. As I and so many others have already said, the environmental impacts to our Great Lakes in the event of an oil spill would be catastrophic and far outweighs any of the perceived benefits to this project. To say that oil spill won't happen in the duration of time that it takes to build this tunnel, or even once the tunnel is completed itself, is at best naive. One has only to look back 15 years to the Kalamazoo River oil spill to know how devastating a spill can be. That time, it was a different Enbridge line, 6B, that burst near Marshall and spilled nearly 1 million gallons of dilbit into Talmadge Creek. I went to college at Albion just upstream a couple of years after the spill, and it was still being cleaned up at that point and was still a regular point of conversation. That was one of the worst inland oil spills in U.S. history, and its impact would be dwarfed by a spill in the Straits. So I urge you to act in the best interest of our Great Lakes and our future by denying this proposed Line 5 tunnel permit. Thank you again for taking the time to listen to my comments here and for holding this public hearing.
Thank you for your comments, Chris. All right, next up is David Long. Are you there, David?
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. My name is David Long with Greendale Propane Partners. We operate 4 propane companies across Lower Michigan. I'm here to express my strong support for the Great Lakes Tunnel project. Propane is essential to Michigan life, especially in rural and northern areas. When winter hits, people rely on us not for convenience, but for the heat, hot water, and cooking that keep their families safe. More than 95% of the propane we deliver comes through Line 5. Without it, costs would skyrocket, supply would be uncertain, and our trucks would be forced to travel much farther just to find product, if they could at all. Now, that's not just a business problem, it's a crisis for households, farms, and small businesses across our state. Pipelines are the safest and most efficient way to move propane. Trucking and rail cannot match their reliability, especially in harsh Michigan winters. In fact, pushing more propane onto our highways would only increase traffic, emissions, and risks. The Great Lakes Tunnel provides the best solution. It allows us to maintain this vital supply line while dramatically reducing environmental risks in the Straits of Mackinac. It's a practical way to safeguard both our energy security and our Great Lakes. Now, as a business owner, I care about keeping energy reliable and affordable. As a Michigander, I care about protecting the lakes. The tunnel does both. Michigan families will continue to need propane in the years ahead, and the tunnel ensures that we can deliver it safely. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to approve the application so that this critical project can move forward.
All right. Thank you for your comment, David. All right, next up is Benjamin Nussdorf. All right, you're unmuted on our end, Benjamin. Should be a microphone icon where you should be able to unmute yourself and can make your comment. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do is we will move on.
Oh, sorry about
there.
that. Yes, hi, my name is Benjamin Nussdorf. I registered not anticipating to make a comment today, but I'm happy to identify myself and express my support for the pipeline. My name is Benjamin Nussdorf, and I am the General Counsel of the National Propane Gas Association. I'd like to echo the comments of others on the call, especially Mr. Long. Propane is an essential fuel, especially when it comes to Michigan. The pipeline project that is proposed is really necessary and important. It ensures the safety of an operating pipeline, and it will go a very long way to ensure safe operations for years. The methods proposed by Enbridge are not new, they are not revolutionary, and they are not anything that should give rise to particularized concern. Directional drilling, the way that is proposed, is a de minimis way to impact lands surrounding a water crossing. It has been used effectively for decades and been studied for decades. And as a consequence, I highly recommend EGLE support the application as it has been received, as it is the best way to ensure safe operation of the pipeline and the preservation of the wetlands surrounding the project. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you for your comment, Benjamin. All right, next up is Rachel Rewitzer. Rachel, you are unmuted on our end.
Hello.
Hello. You can begin when you're ready.
My name is Rachel, and I'm with the Michigan League of Conservation Voters. I am here to give my public comment to shut down Line 5 overall. Not only is it just a huge and a major threat to all of our Great Lakes and ecosystems, as well as our drinking water, it is just economically just not good for us. So not only has Line 5 been hit before and has spilled oil before in our Great Lakes, how can we truly ensure that Enbridge is actually going to take the time to actually maintain and keep the tunnel properly working and maintained to where it's actually going to protect the pipeline? Evidence has been shown time and time again that Enbridge does not care. They are not going to maintain the tunnel, and they are just looking for more money. Not to mention that a lot of the oil that moves through Line 5 doesn't even benefit Michigan directly. It benefits other companies. We need to shut it down because it is going to actually increase our economic growth. It is going to increase available jobs by people shutting it down rather than it being by building a tunnel. Also, Enbridge doesn't even employ that many people. So overall, once again, Michigan is not going to get any benefit, but we are going to get all of the harm. Millions of dollars in wages and hundreds of thousands of jobs are going to be threatened because this this pipeline exists. And I get it that there are a lot of people on here who work for various companies that are related to Line 5, but there are still going to be jobs when it comes to it being removed. And there are other people who are going to lose their entire livelihoods if this pipe were to officially burst. It is way too long past its lifetime, and it just needs to be shut down. It is too much of a threat to our economy, to our water, to our land, species, health, everything. So I'm urging EGLE to deny the permit to Enbridge for them to build a tunnel and actually urge them to shut down the pipeline altogether. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, Rachel. All right, next up is Wayne Coley. Are you there, Wayne? All right, looks like you are unmuted on our end. And then what we'll do, Wayne, if you're having trouble with your microphone, is we'll go on to the next person, and then we'll come back to you and see if you're able to get your microphone to work. There should be a microphone icon that you can click to unmute yourself. All right, so we'll come back to you, Wayne. All right, next up is Rishiv Ramesh. Are you there? All right, looks like they are not on. All right, next up, we'll give you another minute, Wayne, here, is Steve McWethy. All right, Steve is not on. Mark Ponte. Mark, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, feel free to begin when you're ready.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you for holding this public hearing. My name is Mark Ponte, and I'm a lifelong resident of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. As a proud Yooper, I value the clean water, forests, and natural beauty that make this region so special. But I also know firsthand how important reliable, affordable energy is to people who live here, especially during our long, harsh winters. That's why I'm speaking in strong support of the Line 5 tunnel project. Let me be clear, I care deeply about protecting the Great Lakes. That's exactly why I believe the tunnel is the safest, most responsible option. This project would bury Line 5 deep beneath the lake bed of the Straits of Mackinac, shielding it from anchor strikes and other surface threats. It would use modern technology, including real-time monitoring systems, and meet strict environmental standards. Enbridge's proposed tunnel includes significant safety upgrades, modern materials, and enhanced monitoring. As a Yooper, I want to make sure we're doing everything possible to reduce risk to our waters. But I also know that shutting the line down abruptly would increase truck and rail traffic, which poses a higher spill risk and creates more emissions. That's not a trade-off I'm comfortable with. But this isn't just about pipelines, it's about people. Here in the UP, Line 5 is a critical part of our energy supply, especially in the winter. It delivers the propane that heats our homes and powers our lives. Line 5 supports thousands of jobs across the region, including my summer home in the UP, where propane from Line 5 supplies over 65% of the propane used in the UP and over 50% for all of Michigan. That's over 250 million gallons per year. I've seen firsthand how critical that energy is for families and small businesses. If the line goes away without a plan, Yoopers like me could be left with higher prices and fewer options. The tunnel project strikes a smart balance. It improves environmental safety while maintaining the energy lifeline our region depends on. It respects our need to protect the Great Lakes and our responsibility to keep families warm and businesses running. I urge EGLE to approve the permits for Line 5 tunnel project. Let's modernize our infrastructure, protect the Great Lakes, and keep the UP's economy strong. This project is good for the UP, good for Michigan, and good for the Great Lakes. Thank you for your time and your work.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Mark. All right, Wayne Coley, looks like you're unmuted. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Had my little technical difficulty, but I'm good to go.
All right, feel free to begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Wayne Coley. I represent a family-owned propane marketer in Michigan, and I am here to express support for the Enbridge application to construct Line 5 tunnel project. The proposed tunnel is the safest, most environmentally responsible way to continue meeting our region's critical energy needs while addressing concerns about the existing Line 5 pipelines. By moving the pipeline into a concrete lined tunnel far below the lake bed, this project will virtually eliminate the risk of an oil spill in the Straits of Mackinac, protecting one of Michigan's most treasured natural resources. Enbridge has demonstrated a strong commitment to environmental stewardship by working within state and federal permitting processes, designing the project to minimize wetland impacts, and committing to mitigation and restoration where unavoidable impacts do occur. The temporary use of wetlands and the intake structure is necessary to facilitate the safe construction of the tunnel and will result in the long-term benefit of a far more secure and modernized energy delivery system. This project is also vital for Michigan's economy and energy reliability. Line 5 supplies the majority of propane used for homes and businesses across the upper and lower peninsula and delivers crude oil that is refined into gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel used every day by Michigan families. The tunnel ensures these energy supplies remain affordable and dependable while simultaneously strengthening environmental protections. For these reasons, I urge EGLE to approve the permits necessary for the Line 5 tunnel project. This project represents both environmental protection and energy security for Michigan in the Great Lakes region. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of this vital proposal.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Wayne. All right, it looks like Sherry and Louis are not on. Let's see, the next one here is, looks like Marty Fitante. So Marty, you are unmuted and you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your time and attention tonight. I am Marty Fitante. I'm CEO of InvestUP. We're a regional economic development organization whose board represents 11 industry sectors and operates in all 15 counties of the Upper Peninsula, does business across the state and the nation. And today I offer our strong support for the reissuance of the approved permits related to Line 5 tunnels construction. While our mission at InvestUP is to drive prosperity across the Upper Peninsula, we're deeply committed to preserving the natural beauty, environmental assets, and cultural richness of our region. Those characteristics are not only part of what makes the UP someplace truly special, but they also play a critical role in our economy and the development of our communities. That's why it's an imperative for us that the Great Lakes Tunnel uniquely addresses both economic and environmental priorities. And it's done just that. The tunnel offers meaningful protections to the straits while enabling continued and safe energy delivery. InvestUP is particularly encouraged by the tunnel's potential as a modern utility corridor that will not only house Line 5 safely below the lake bed, but also accommodate future technology, such as fiber optic cable, which is critical to healthcare, education, and innovation in rural communities across the region. The project strengthens regional connectivity, bridges the UP with the Lower Peninsula, and positions Michigan to benefit from 21st century infrastructure. From an energy standpoint, Line 5 pipeline is vital to the Upper Peninsula. As you know, according to data, Line 5 transports natural gas liquids that meet approximately 65% of the UP's propane demand, including winter peak needs that cannot reliably be met through other means. UP residents without Line 5 would not only face propane price spikes, but also potential electric rate increases given the pipeline's role as a major customer of local utilities. Additionally, the Rapid River Refinery, a key employer in the region and a propane processor, would be negatively impacted. Relocating Line 5 in a tunnel beneath the straits provides an added safeguard, reducing to virtually zero the risk of a spill in the Great Lakes. This is a significant environmental benefit, and the tunnel's ultimate ownership and oversight by an independent authority, the Mackinac Straits Corridor Authority, ensures ongoing accountability throughout its operational life. This process demonstrates a commitment to environmental stewardship and thoughtful planning. We urge EGLE to maintain its diligence, keep this momentum moving forward towards final permitting and construction. The additional 5 years of preparation and analysis have promoted transparency and fostered collaboration. With that, we urge the Great Lakes Tunnel, a once-in-a-generation infrastructure investment, to proceed to protect our waterways and critical energy supply for Upper Peninsula families and businesses.
Right. Thank you for your comment, Marty. All right, it looks like the next one on the list here is Casey Cook. And also, just so everybody knows where we're at, we're about a third of the way through the list of people during registration who indicated they want to make a comment. And then after we get through this list, we'll go through anybody else who hasn't made a comment but would like to. And you just need to raise your hand in Zoom. Or if you're on the phone, select #2. So go ahead, Casey, are you there?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great.
So good evening. I want to start by thanking EGLE for the opportunity to provide comments tonight. My name is Casey Cook, as I said, and I'm the staff attorney at Flow Water Advocates, or FLOW. FLOW is a nonprofit law and policy center incorporated in the state of Michigan with offices in Traverse City. FLOW's mission, grounded in the public trust doctrine, is to ensure the waters of the Great Lakes Basin are healthy, public, and protected for all. We will submit additional written comments that delve more deeply into both the deficiencies of Enbridge's application, as well as the contours of the legal standards that must be met in EGLE's review, which together ultimately support a denial of the permit. But tonight we would like to highlight and clarify the scope of the overarching regulatory requirements under the Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Michigan Environmental Protection Act that the project proposal fails to meet and that are misrepresented in the scope of the application currently before the agency. First, under the Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act, EGLE must analyze the full project, including, of course, the tunnel through the Great Lakes Bottomlands. Further, without the conveyance of the interests embodied in the 2018 easement and the tunnel lease being authorized under the Act and Michigan's Public Trust Doctrine, this project cannot move forward. Second, the Michigan Environmental Protection Act and the Wetlands Protection Act require EGLE to consider and determine whether there is a feasible and prudent alternative to the direct and severally related cumulative effects of the entire proposed project, and whether the proposed project is consistent with the promotion of the public health, safety, and welfare in light of the state's paramount concern for the protection of its natural resources from pollution, impairment, or destruction. This analysis must take into account the several red flags concerning the project's potential impacts to be constructed and operated safely and successfully that have been raised to date in the limited geotechnical analyses that have been conducted, including but not limited to the identification of poor and very poor rock quality, the presence of methane, the project's location above a shale and oil gas play, the extreme atmospheric pressures under which the tunnel is intended to be constructed, which the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers draft environmental impact statement indicates may be the highest ever in a tunnel construction project. In short, the proposed tunnel is an unprecedented mega project intended to be built at the heart of one of the largest freshwater ecosystems in the world, housing 84% of North America's freshwater. And if that were not risky enough of a proposition, the plan is to have the state ultimately take ownership of the tunnel infrastructure. As a result of all these considerations, Enbridge's application for a water resources permit under Part 325 and 303 must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Casey. All right, next up is Julie Geisinger. Are you there, Julie?
Yeah, Julie Geisinger. Good evening. My name is Julie Geisinger, and I'm a lifelong Michigander. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm really concerned by the limited scope of Enbridge's permit application, in particular, the scope of the Great Lakes Submerged Land Act's permit. It's very limited and only includes the temporary water intake structures in the straits. The area under review is 0.017 acres, or as you said earlier, about 800 square feet of impacted lake bottom. And this permit application fails to look at the proposed tunnel in its entirety, which would span over 4 miles long under the lake bottom of the Straits of Mackinac. During the public information session you hosted last week on August 12th, an EGLE representative said that the tunnel falls outside of their purview and they are not looking at the space under the lake bed and therefore not reviewing the tunnel itself. An underwater fossil fuel tunnel of this scale has never been done. Why isn't a permit needed for the dredging and construction of the tunnel itself? Why aren't the cumulative impacts of the tunnel, both during construction and after, when fully operating, being considered? Shockingly, no government agency has comprehensively looked at the tunnel, and a complete and independent geotechnical study of the bedrock under the lake bed hasn't been done. Shouldn't these be requirements for a project of this magnitude? Independent experts have warned of poor rock quality and methane pockets. One tunnel expert has said it's the worst rock he's ever seen anyone think about putting a tunnel in. Since EGLE says it's not their responsibility, then who will review it? We're at the end of the line here with the permitting process. The risks are too high to simply use a loophole and rubber stamp this project. It's imperative EGLE does their due diligence and takes a detailed look at the entire scope of this project, meaning the tunnel too, before issuing a decision. The red flags here cannot be ignored. Our treasured Great Lakes deserve protection. Director Ruse and the team reviewing this at EGLE, we are counting on you to reject this permit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Julie. All right, next up is Ronald Heinrichs. Are you there, Ronald?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, very good. Okay. I want to thank you, EGLE, for allowing me to speak. My name is Ron Hendricks. I'm the president of the Southern Wayne County Regional Chamber. As our region's workforce and employer advocacy network, the Southern Wayne County Regional Chamber serves the small businesses, nonprofit employers, municipalities, and the workforce of the 21 communities of the Southern Wayne County region, otherwise known as Michigan's downriver communities. Our region is located along the southern portion of the Detroit River and northwestern Lake Erie, putting us in an important area within what is known as the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway. We are focused on attracting talent to our region, ensuring a strong local tax base for our municipalities in their service to our population, and promoting economic development that provides good paying jobs for our residents. Additionally, we strongly advocate for our leaders and employers to focus on protecting our environment while ensuring the efficient, safe, and ongoing supply of critical energy to our communities. With this in mind, the Line 5 project is an essential project that will protect our Great Lakes and ensure that our community remains successful into the future. As the current pipeline ages and following the careful multi-year analysis of a draft environmental impact statement with the United States Army Corps of Engineers, it is vital for EGLE to approve permitting for the new proposed pipeline to protect our Great Lakes and the energy needs of our state's job providers and residents. The pipeline will be buried deep under the Straits of Mackinac and within protective barriers to effectively and responsibly protect our environment and to help prevent any potential spills in the future. As Line 5 provides energy to the tune of 540,000 barrels per day of propane and crude oil supply for Michigan and surrounding areas, not approving this project and closing this critical pipeline would be irresponsible and disastrous to our regional economy, potentially harm our Great Lakes environment, and negatively affect the quality of life for our state's residents. In our Southern Wayne County region, Line 5 provides vital aviation fuel to the Wayne County Detroit Metropolitan Airport, which is not only an important part of our community's well-being, but that of our entire state. The proposed Line 5 project will ensure an ongoing, efficient, and safe supply of critical energy that is essential to the health of our entire region. We support EGLE providing the necessary permits for the approval of this important project. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Ron. All right, next up is Mikhailo Zabrodin. All right, you are unmuted on our end. Feel free to unmute yourself and you can make your comment.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Mikhailo Zabrodin. I'm a proud member of Local Union 798. I'm proud to support Enbridge Energy's Line 5 Straits Tunnel project as it seeks permits necessary to move towards completion. Through every stage of this process, Enbridge has demonstrated its commitment to maintaining the highest level of safety and environmental responsibility. Project leaders have established this good reputation by proactively putting in place enhanced inspection and operations protocols for the project, while also working closely with landowners, tribal leaders, and safety experts to ensure the safest and most efficient pipeline operation. This safety commitment is particularly important in the context of the EGLE, as protocols include diligent 24/7 monitoring of the straits crossing, regular inspections, and operating the line at less than 25% of its maximum design capabilities to minimize stress on the pipeline steel and enhance safety. The focus in the end is on mitigating environmental impacts. I support the Line 5 Straits Tunnel project during this comment period because the project, one, prioritizes safety and sustainability focused on protecting the pipeline workers and area residents and preserving the land traversed by the project. Two, generates critical economic activity. Enbridge has paid tens of millions of dollars in property taxes in Michigan alone for its energy infrastructure projects. This tax revenue is available to be invested in schools, roads, and bridges and other vital public services. Three, creates good paying jobs for the local workforce, many of whom include local 798 members who depend on a strong industry to continue to provide for their families and support their communities. I urge this department and other decision makers to support this critical project because if allowed to move forward, Enbridge will execute its plan to help ensure an uninterrupted supply of reliable, affordable energy to Michigan residents, small business owners, and other community members across the region. Thank you so much for your time. I just want to say I'm in strong support of Line 5, and I'm a member of Local Union 798. Thank you. Have a great night.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, and in case you're wondering, Quentin, who was just before Michaela, is not on, and then Donald is not on as well, so we are going to move to Paul Prebe. So Paul, you can begin when you're ready.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank everyone for taking their time this evening for this very important meeting. My name is Paul Prebe, business agent for Langwood Local 1098, and here in support of this project. We represent over 1,550 members throughout Michigan, primarily northern Michigan, who are ready to go to work on this job. I personally have over 15 years in the pipeline industry, have worked on Line 5 throughout Michigan and specifically at both sides of the Straits of Mackinac. I participated in and observed safe work planning and environmental protection firsthand as it relates to Line 5 and the work done on it. Michigan needs this safe pipeline for the benefit of its people and our economy, and I believe this application shows minimal impact to wetlands and the environment. And once again, support this project and urge EGLE to approve the permit and move forward. Thank you for your time this evening.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Jace Balenga.
Hello, my name's Jace Beilinga. I'm a third generation of resident of Michigan and current staff person with the Michigan League of Conservation Voters. And I'm here to urge EGLE and the state of Michigan to deny the permit for this awful idea of a oil tunnel and to do everything you can to shut down the Line 5 oil tunnel as it currently is running. And, we can't trust Enbridge. Only a few years ago in 2010, they were responsible for the largest inland oil spill in our nation's history when about 1 million gallons of diluted bitumen spilled into the Kalamazoo River. We need to look at this proposal very carefully. We can't afford another oil spill and disaster, especially in the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes represent nearly 1/5 of the world's accessible fresh water, and right now over 40 million people rely on them for drinking water. So we can't trust Enbridge. The design for the tunnel assumes that it will run through solid, stable bedrock beneath the Straits of Mackinac, but Enbridge's own studies reveal that the company has gathered astonishingly little information about the actual state of the soil and rock along most of the tunnel's path. But that's not to mention, the people that were here before us, the continued operation of Line 5 and this potential tunnel puts tribal rights at risk. Part of the pipeline in Wisconsin runs directly through tribal land belonging to the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. Courts in the federal government ruled that Enbridge has been trespassing on the Bad River Band's reservation for over a decade, violating prior treaties, including an 1854 treaty between the U.S. government and the Chippewa of Lake Superior. The trespass and proposed route puts the Bad River Band at an increased risk of an oil spill. Additionally, the Bay Mills Indian community is fighting Enbridge's proposed Line 5 oil pipeline tunnel, which would run beneath the Straits of Mackinac and through their sacred homelands. This project threatens their cultural resources, local businesses, and the environment, underscoring the broader risks of Line 5 poses to Indigenous rights. 28 tribal nations and 4 tribal organizations filed a brief supporting Bad River Band's right to evict Line 5 from their land. More than 60 tribal nations from across the Midwest and Canada filed a brief supporting the state of Michigan holding Enbridge accountable for violating the governor's shutdown order and for operating without a lease in Michigan. All 12 tribal nations located in Michigan oppose the continued operation of Line 5 and support its decommissioning. Thank you very much.
Okay, gotcha. Yep, thanks for wrapping up your comments, Jace. All right, next up is John Schleicher. Are you there, John?
I am.
All right.
My name is
ahead,
John Schleicher. Okay, member of Michigan Interfaith Power and Light. I think my main concern that is under the purview of EGLE, I think, is the tribal sovereignty that the last speaker addressed. I know that previous conversations that you were in dialogue with tribal folks, but I wonder if that's only a token thing, that the sovereignty of these folks has been not honored in the past. And I think for that reason alone, let alone our climate emergency that we're dealing with, makes this a step that we ought not to take. We need to shut down the existing pipeline and not build a new tunnel. My main concern is tribal sovereignty that we historically have overridden, and I think it's time to respect that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, John. All right, it looks like Shelley and Tim are not on. So Brenda Kobita, are you there, Brenda? All right, looks like you're unmuted on our end. I'll give you a second here to try to unmute your mic. And if you're having issues, what we'll do is we'll move on to the next person, and then we'll come back to you and see if you're able to get your microphone issue sorted out. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll do that. So we'll come back to you, Brenda. All right, so next up would be Chris Ziegler. All right. Are you there, Chris? All right, Chris, it looks like you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, there you are.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm good. You can hear me, right?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks. My name is Chris Ziegler. I'm with the American Petroleum Institute. I appreciate the opportunity to join you tonight to express our unequivocal support for the Great Lakes Tunnel Project and to urge EGLE to issue a permit under the authority of Part 303 Wetlands Protection and Part 325 Great Lakes Bottomlands of the Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act and for its prompt construction. We commend EGLE for its diligent and comprehensive review of the proposed Great Lakes Tunnel Project. We believe that this exhaustive analysis will show that the Great Lakes Tunnel's significant long-term benefits for safety, the environment, and the economy far outweigh the temporary and manageable disruptions of its construction. Allow me to be more specific here. First and most importantly, the tunnel protects the Great Lakes. The design, which places a replacement pipeline in a concrete lined tunnel 100 feet beneath the lake bed, offers the greatest possible safeguard for our water. With secondary containment, it virtually eliminates the risk of release into the Straits of Mackinac. Second, the tunnel is the only viable option to ensure energy security for Michigan. Other alternatives are not feasible. Transporting these products by truck, train, or ship would not be as safe as a well-protected pipeline under the straits. Non-pipeline alternatives may have higher greenhouse gas emissions as compared to a pipeline and could result in a higher rate of incidents. Furthermore, the necessary barge and rail infrastructure at the straits does not exist. This tunnel is essential to meet the region's energy needs, including the propane demands for more than half of Michigan and 65% of the Upper Peninsula. Third, the project has strong public and economic support. The Great Lakes Tunnel is likely to create vital construction and operation jobs and enhance the local tax base. This is why an overwhelming majority of Michiganders support the project. They understand it is a right plan for our environment and our economy. According to the permit application, the project's construction footprint is minimal, with no impact to the lake bottom and almost no impact to the wetlands. All temporary disturbances are to be fully restored post-construction. The project is designed to limit potential impacts on the environment. The Great Lakes Tunnel Project is the safest, most environmentally protective, the most reliable solution to help ensure the continued supply of necessary energy resources of the state and the greater region. We urge EGLE to approve the permits without further delay and allow this critical infrastructure project to proceed. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my comments tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. All right, we're going to go back to Brenda. Brenda Kobita. Brenda, I'll give you a couple seconds here to try to unmute your mic. If you're not able to get it unmuted, there's other ways you can make a comment. We'll show those ways again, or you can attempt to call in by phone, and you should be able to raise your hand in Zoom by phone as well. Also, just while we're doing that, just want to let you know we're about halfway through our people during registration who indicated they want to make a comment. Again, once we get through this list, anybody else who has not made a comment can raise their hand in Zoom by using the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen, or if you're on the phone by selecting the #2 on your receiver, and that will raise your hand in Zoom as well. All right, so it looks like Brenda is still muted, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Next up is Rebecca Turpening. Are you there, Rebecca?
Yes, my name, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name's Rebecca Turpening, and I am a non-traditional older student who went back to CMU a few years ago, studying public health education and minoring in sustainability and environmental policy. Since going back to school, I've researched Line 5 extensively from an ethical standpoint and the public health threat a disruption in this pipeline could cause that would harm the health of millions of people in Michigan, particularly our indigenous tribes. This is an environmental injustice because our Native people here have not been included at the decision-making level for the decisions that are being made that impact their treaty rights and their ability to harvest medicines and foods. These are health indicators for this group of people, meaning they rely on these traditional foods that they have had access to and have been granted access to. Disruption in this pipeline could harm those things they harvest. Treaties with the US and Canada on continuing oil lines that cross our borders are currently respected, but the US treaty with our Michigan Native people is not. I'm also concerned with the contamination of water that's used for many municipalities along the lakeshore for their surface water source. I spent a lot of time swimming with family on the beach along the boulevard in St. Ignace, just west of this site. Our dogs always loved this area, and I have many wonderful memories with them right there where this tunnel would go. I have attended water ceremonies at McGulphin Point, which is a sacred place of importance for our indigenous people as well. There is no project that's ever been done at this capacity in the largest freshwater source in the world. I would hope that EGLE's environmental health department has also been consulted with making this decision. I hope there is an emergency management response plan in the event there is an oil spill or other hazards while drilling this tunnel. Do these counties even have the capacity to respond? Does the state have the capacity? Is there a plan if this happens under the ice during the winter? I ask that you deny this request for a tunnel permit. We need a sustainable solution to meet our Michigan climate goals, and relying on fossil fuels beyond 2040 is not part of that plan. This tunnel will take a few years to construct, and it'll give people some short-term jobs. But we need to focus on those future goals, and there will be other infrastructure jobs for these union workers. And I understand that that work is also important. But we need to focus on those 2040 zero emission goals so we can reach them. I also want to see a future where our water and the health of all Michiganders, including our Indigenous tribal members, is protected for future generations. People's lives need to matter more than corporate profits. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Rebecca. All right, next up is Jacob Manning. So Jacob, you're unmuted on our end. And you should be able to unmute. Looks like you're unmuted. Are you there?
Yep. Hello.
Hello.
Well, thank you. Good evening. And thanks for giving us the opportunity to comment on this. My name is Jacob Manning. I'm the Advocacy and Policy Manager with the Small Business Association of Michigan. At the Small Business Association of Michigan, we represent more than 33,000 small businesses across the state. And I am here today to express our strong support for the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. Our members rely on their energy to run reliably in the background at affordable rates. For small businesses, reliable and affordable access to fuel isn't just a luxury, it's what allows them to operate, deliver products, and grow their business. We believe that construction of the tunnel is a smart, balanced solution that protects our energy security while reducing environmental risk by moving the line out of the water and into a state-of-the-art tunnel deep below the lake bed. This project has been studied and reviewed for years, including over 40,000 hours of survey work, which is one of the most comprehensive reviews in Michigan's history. Enbridge and regulators have put time to minimize the impact and make sure that the underground tunnel is built safely. We believe that it has been clearly demonstrated that construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel is the best option and that it will be executed in a way that eliminates risk while also delivering the much needed natural gas and oil that our state runs on. At the end of the day, it's as simple as this. Small businesses rely on the energy, and the tunnel is the best way to deliver it. The underground tunnel will deliver the fuel that powers our equipment, our cars, and our state's economy. The tunnel ensures that the energy is delivered safely and cleanly now and for future generations. On behalf of our members, we urge you to grant the permits and move forward with this critical project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. All right, looks like Maury and Laura are not on. So next up is Whitney Gravel.
Ani
Are you there?
Bocho, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comment. My name is Whitney Gravel, and I currently serve as the president of Bay Mills Indian Community. I had prepared comments this afternoon, but actually wanted to take a moment instead to speak to those who might still be here listening to the public comment taking place and those preparing to provide public comment. What has become starkly clear to me in the comments that I've heard thus far from business as well as construction, that for many, this project is about money. It's about money for taxpayers. It's about money for businesses. It's about money for Enbridge. It's about money for construction. But our ancestors have learned a lesson when it comes to money. As a signatory to the 1836 Treaty of Washington, we were provided the opportunity for money in exchange for land and water that now compromises the state of Michigan. And we rejected that money because we had the wisdom and the foresight to understand that money is not the future, that our lifeways are, that our culture is. I want to be very clear that not only does Bay Mills Indian Community oppose the Great Lakes Tunnel Project, we oppose the continued operation of the Line 5 dual pipelines. So do 12 other tribal nations in the state of Michigan, and in fact, all 35 tribal nations in the Great Lakes region, including Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, oppose the continued operation of Line 5. We hear in these comments from many about protecting the straits. What I don't hear is about protecting the Great Lakes for the other 600 miles that Line 5 traverses. We talk about protecting the water in the straits, but we're not talking about protecting the wetlands and the streams and the clean drinking water that more than 40 million people rely upon. What's equally important is that as a signatory to the 1836 Treaty of Washington, that our rights as tribal nations are not symbolic. They are promises made between sovereign nations. They guarantee that our people can continue to live from these waters as we have since time immemorial. The Straits of Mackinac sit at the very heart of our treaty territory. They are sacred to us. They are where we fish. They are where we perform ceremony, how we provide food for our families, and where we teach our children about what it means to be Anishinaabe. If there were a spill in the Straits, if there were a collapse of the tunnel, if there were a spill of Line 5 anywhere else along the 600 miles it traverses, it would destroy our way of life. So for everyone else on the line who's preparing to make comments or has already made comments, let's remember that Line 5 is not essential. It's not about profit. It's not about money. It's ultimately about the future that we want to build for our children and the health and prosperity we want them to enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Whitney. All right, next up, looks like Ethel isn't on, so Maria Riolo. Maria, you are unmuted.
Hey there. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Great. I am not representing anybody. I am just a Michigander who happens to be on propane heat, and I would like to strongly oppose this proposal. Fact of the matter is that not even Enbridge's own lawyers will claim that shutting down Line 5 would substantially raise my propane costs or anyone else in Michigan's propane costs, at least when they're not under oath. So I don't know who all the business folks on this call think they're kidding, frankly. And when they talk about replacing with trucks and trains being not a viable alternative, when we talk about like the volume of propane that's actually being used in the UP, not just flowing through to Quebec, we're talking about like 3 to 4 trucks or 1 to 2 train cars a day. So, okay, so we've got this option of we're going to have a geotechnically really complex and challenging tunnel, or we're going to have 3 or 4 trucks or 1 or 2 train cars. This seems like a pretty common sense pick to make. And at the end of the day, we're also here because Enbridge has failed in their public stewardship of their existing infrastructure and lost their easement. I don't see why it makes any sense for us to reward them with additional public trust. I just don't get why we're here. This is absurd. And I realize that you're in the unenviable position of having to enforce the no peeing zone in the pool, but you know, it seems a little bit absurd to say that we're going to look at just this one small region of wetland when a spill in the rest of the tunnel is going to affect that region of wetland too. So, you know, I just got to say, I really strongly oppose this. And that's it.
All right, thanks for your comments, Maria. All right, next up is Bentley Johnson. All right, are you there, Bentley?
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here. Thank you. My name is Bentley Johnson. I'm speaking on behalf of my role with the Michigan League of Conservation Voters and as a Michigan resident. And I strongly urge you to deny the existing permit application for Enbridge's proposed Line 5 oil tunnel. Instead, EGLE must enforce full Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act permitting requirements for the full tunnel proposal, which would require a comprehensive review of risks, alternatives, and the public need for the project. EGLE's permitting process to this point is too narrow, focused only on just the wetlands on either shore, avoiding review of the 4-mile tunnel blasting through the Great Lakes Bottomlands. A full submerged lands review is needed to assess the cumulative impacts of the project and would require transparent alternatives, including Line 5's removal and orderly decommissioning. If a truly comprehensive review were to occur, I believe EGLE would have to conclude the same thing that logistics and transportation firm PLG Consulting concluded. The energy market would quickly adapt without Line 5 because alternatives already exist, including a pipeline network owned by Enbridge that could move the vast majority of Line 5's current volume. These alternatives are operationally feasible and commercially viable without raising the price of energy in a significant way. Approving this misguided, dangerous tunnel poses significant risks for Michigan. If Line 5 of the tunnel were to rupture and cause an oil spill, more than 700 miles of Great Lakes coastline would be impacted. The pipeline will remain in the water and risk catastrophe for every day that it takes to construct the tunnel, if it can be constructed at all. Enbridge has not done an adequate job of sampling the rock layers under the straits, and existing samples show poor fractured bedrock with loose soils that could lead to leaks and collapse of the tunnel in the lake bottom. Remember that the state of Michigan would own this tunnel, leaving taxpayers holding the bag in the event of a disaster or when the tunnel becomes useless. Approving the tunnel perpetuates our reliance on fossil fuels, undermining Michigan's climate and clean energy goals. This pipeline is not needed and can be safely decommissioned without disrupting energy supply, as we will continue to use less fossil fuels in the future. EGLE must reject the current application and uphold both the law and Michigan's legacy of environmental stewardship. I urge you to act in the best interest of our Great Lakes and future generations by denying this permit. A full comprehensive review and permitting process of the full tunnel will accurately assess the true risks of the tunnel and identify alternatives that don't require an oil pipeline running through the heart of our Great Lakes. We don't need this tunnel now, and we certainly don't need it in the future. This is a tunnel to nowhere, and EGLE must reject it.
Thank you for your comments, Bentley. All right, next up is Mike Shelters.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mike Shelters. I'm a LIUNA 1098 member, and I also live in Northern Michigan. I support this project. I currently work on a lot of projects underneath EGLE permits, and they can be hectic at times, but they do their due diligence to make sure that everything's protected before and after the project. If something was to happen, it would be protected. So I just want to say that I am in favor of this project, and thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Mike. All right, it looks like Stephen and James are not on, which will take us to David Simonton. All right, let's see if we can find you here. All right, David is not on either, so we are going to go to James Dobbins. All right, you're unmuted on our end, James.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
First of all, let me thank you. What a tremendous job you're doing with EGLE there to carry out this public comment tonight. I had some prepared remarks, but there's no sense in wasting everybody's time in going over all the facts about the number of hours and the amount of transportation that Line 5 carries out for the people of Michigan. I'm going to try to make this short so everybody can get home, but I'm very, very supportive of this project. First of all, let me kind of just introduce myself. I'm a 78-year-old family practice physician, retired in Marshall. Married, 3 children, none of them are living in the basement, and everybody is out of the house and doing well. I am strongly supportive of the project, and at 78 years of age, I don't think there's anybody that's had more exposure to the lakes in the Great Lakes of Michigan than I have. It's been in my backyard for years, and truly love it. But I'm not here to say I love Lake Michigan and the Great Lakes more than anybody else. We all love it. That's why we're here giving our input. I would like to, again, I said I strongly support the project, but I'd like to comment just on a couple things and of some of the comments I've heard. You heard it right when you said he is from Marshall. Yes, I am from Marshall. I was here when the oil spill occurred. I was sitting on the bridge as the oil rolled under it. And it was a tragedy. But let me talk to the credibility of the organization of Enbridge. I heard Chris say, because he went to Albion College, that a 70-year-old pipeline, and they're still talking about it. They are, and it's very, very positive. Rachel said Enbridge doesn't care. I don't think I've seen an organization or a company that cares more about the towns and the influence that they've had. This is a company that is still greatly involved with our town. And Joyce saying you can't trust Enbridge. I remember the CEO of Enbridge saying, we had a problem and we will make it right. And they definitely did. Enbridge can be trusted. Enbridge did a great job in a very difficult situation. Thank you. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your comments, James. All right. It doesn't look like Jean is on. So next up is Sean McBrearty. And while we're bringing Sean on, just a reminder that there are other ways to make a comment too, in case you're not able to get through all of your comments here tonight. I'll provide that slide and providing additional comments and information. So go ahead, Sean. I think we have you on here. Are you there?
Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Sean McBrearty, and I'm making these comments on behalf of Clean Water Action, as well as the Oil and Water Don't Mix Coalition. I want to thank EGLE for providing the chance to comment tonight, and I'd also like to encourage EGLE to extend this public comment period. You've heard, of course, from thousands of people across Michigan so far. And a longer public comment period, I think, would behoove the agency in making your permit decisions. On that, I would also like to encourage EGLE to expand the scope of the 325 permit, the 325 application. Currently, the narrow permit does not take into account drilling a tunnel underneath the Great Lakes. You're looking at the water intake piece of it, but you are not looking at the actual environmental impacts of tunnel construction. And I've heard the argument that EGLE does not have authority to look at the full profile of the tunnel. The plain reading of the Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act disagrees with that notion. The Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act, of course, clarifies the state's public trust duty to not only the bottomlands, but the soils under the bottomlands. And when we're talking about the bottomlands and the soils under the bottomlands, that is where this tunnel is going to be. Back in 2021, when EGLE was considering these permits for the first time, we believe EGLE erred in not taking a full look at the scope of Part 325 and considering the environmental impacts of the tunnel. And we actually argued that if EGLE did not look at the actual environmental impacts of digging a tunnel under the Great Lakes, no agency would. And that has come true. The Public Service Commission, that's not in the purview of the Public Service Commission. It was not looked at thoroughly by the Army Corps of Engineers and the EIS. And it is EGLE's duty on behalf of the people of Michigan to, under our public trust doctrine, to look at the environmental impacts of tunneling under the Great Lakes. According to the tunnel experts, the independent tunnel experts who have looked at this and testified in this process, they do not believe that this project, there are those who don't believe this project can actually be built. I know many experts don't believe this is a feasible alternative, especially given the amount of or the appearance of methane pockets in the tunnel profile, which could cause an explosion during construction and potentially a release and an oil spill from the existing pipeline above the proposed construction zone. Over half of the rock quality
Sean,
was rated.
you're out of time, so please wrap your comments up.
I will. Thank you. and yeah, so encourage EGLE to expand the scope of Part 320 of what you're looking at under Part 325 and to deny these permits. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comment, Sean. All right. Next up is Lyra Opelican. Lyra, you're up. Are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
All right. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much. So, hello, my name is Lyra Opelican, and I live in Lansing, Michigan, where I'm currently studying at Michigan State University. And I am also a member of the Progressive Caucus of the Michigan Democratic Party. I first want to thank you all for attending and speaking here, as well as those on the board for acknowledging the conversations around Line 5 and that they must be had. And thank you for listening to the impacts and effects this has had on communities across Michigan, both good and bad. Growing up, I would go to the Upper Peninsula with my family to enjoy the nature that we are so lucky to have in this state. And just this last weekend, my sister got married by the shores of the Great Lakes. But as Line 5 continues to operate, I do not believe the risks of collapses or leaks that could not only destroy the lands that define this state, but leave the state liable for any future catastrophes and the subsequent costs does not balance the potential economic benefits that could be provided. The risk of catastrophic failure is not abstract, but is a very real possibility, particularly if the new initiative to build a tunnel around the existing Line 5 is pursued. In the last 50 years, the pipeline has released over 1 million gallons of toxic oil into the environment, primarily in the Upper Peninsula, demonstrating that this pipeline has continued to cause tremendous harm to the environment, wildlife, and to communities within the impacted areas. It is only a matter of time until a major spill or major catastrophe occurs, which could impact more than 750 miles of Great Lakes coastline and hit our vulnerable communities the hardest. Even if the pipeline could once be trusted in the past, it certainly cannot be trusted now, as this proposal would provide only a band-aid solution to an ongoing problem that would only get worse. By keeping this pipeline in operation, wildlife, tourism, public health, and so many other factors remain at constant risk. It's 22 years past its intended lifespan, and keeping it going continuously raises the risk of damage to our state. Instead of pursuing Enbridge's proposed tunnel, Michigan lawmakers must put the needs of their constituents and the safety of the state first, and not only reject the proposal, but make efforts to decommission Line 5 entirely. Several reports from top transportation and logistics firms demonstrate this as a feasible and viable option due to the existence of sufficient and prudent alternatives to Michigan's energy needs. These reports show that shutting down Line 5 and moving oil and gas liquids through other existing pipelines and other transportation modes would have little to no effect on the availability and price of gasoline and other products. Line 5 threatens to destroy the land and water that define our state, and I hope that we can all understand the severity of its impact beyond economics and of the actual environment and the human side of these costs. There are other ways of sustaining the economic success of the Upper Peninsula, but this proposal threatens to instead bankrupt our state in costs and damages. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right. Debbie is not on, so next up is going to be Chris Taylor. Before Chris begins, just a heads up where we're at. We're about 2/3 of the way through the list of people who indicated during registration they wanted to make a comment. So if you didn't register, you'll still be able to after we get through this list. Just keep your hand raised. And we're about 20 minutes away from a 10-minute break, so that we can take a quick break since we've been at it a couple hours. All right, so Chris, go ahead, take it away.
So this is Chris Taylor, Labor's Local 1098, LaUna, out of Michigan. I represent over 1,500 members in the state of Michigan, primarily in northern Michigan. We just want to voice our opinion and say that EGLE should go ahead and approve these permits, as it'll benefit the northern economy and keep good, strong workers going and help support families throughout the Great Lakes region. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right. Next up is Stephen Henderson. Stephen is non. So it will be a Marshall Clebeau. Are you there, Marshall?
I'm here to speak this evening. Dear EGLE and Director Roos, I've spent the last 10 years of my life dedicated to shutting down Line 5 and now working against this ill-advised idea of storing an outdated oil pipeline under sacred lake bed that consists of 20% of the world's fresh water, all for this limited scope of wetlands takes into account the connection to the 20% of the world's freshwater system. We have fought permits along the way, and the final stopper has arrived. This is on you today. This fight I devoted my life to has been fought physically, factually, intellectually, and spiritually, all of which have left me tired and feeling less than hopeful for a stable climate future. I have knocked on tens of thousands of doors. I have taken tens of thousands of dollars of energy off the grid through solar development, nonprofit work across the state of Michigan. I work with businesses across the state of Michigan, Lower Peninsula, Upper Peninsula, and doing events myself in both. The energy transition is now. We need a stable climate future to protect all these things we love. Everyone here on this call, we all love our trees, our rivers, our waters, the air we breathe for our children. You have the power, and the time is now to wield it to protect our sacred land, air, and water known as the state of Michigan. What happens in 100 years when this ill-fated idea is slated for decommission? We know Enbridge's track record of failing to comply with state and federal regulations. This is not to forget the abhorrent human rights abuses of trafficking, stalking, and other abuses during, but not limited to, construction of the earth-wrecking projects. Reject this permit application from Enbridge. Require a full Great Lakes Submerged Acts review for the project of this magnitude demands. A comprehensive review will show the impacts that this proposed tunnel required Michigan deny a permit. Taxpayers are on the hook for this inevitable disaster. This alone should be enough is enough. Reject this proposed tunnel in the most ecologically sensitive place known to mankind. For the Great Lakes, for future generations, for our wildlife and ecosystems. Respectfully submitted. The time is now. This is a big point in history. The energy transitioning is at a precipice. It's under attack strongly. Luckily, the economics of solar and renewable energy transition away from propane. We need these safe heating sources, these safe energy, battery storage, utility storage. We can do this with Michigan-made companies. We can be union jobs. This is all in front of us. So let's all work together. It's been an interesting hearing. This is not what I was expecting. I had a little more prepared remarks, but just thank you for the time this evening, and I hope you reject this permit. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Marshall. All right, it looks like Sarah Maria, and Abby are not on, so we're going to go to Madeline Bowl is next. Madeline, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You can begin when you're ready.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thanks to EGLE for hosting the comment period. Wanted to echo the encouragement to extend the comment period so that more folks can learn about this and tune in. I am an accessibility advocate and community scientist based out of Detroit, Michigan, and was living in Battle Creek in 2010 when the Enbridge pipeline burst and spilled almost 1 million gallons of crude oil into the Kalamazoo River. Saw the cleanup efforts take half a decade and almost $1 billion, and see the effects on the economy and the environment still being felt in the area today. And the scale of this Line 5 is just so much more huge in magnitude, and we cannot afford a reactive approach to the inevitable oil spill that will come on Line 5, as the other folks have talked about the aging infrastructure under the Great Lakes. And the building of a new intake structure would cause irreparable destruction to wetlands and add contaminants to our water. The amount of contaminants that they've said that they will put out as they are constructing the wetlands is disgusting, and the damage caused to our wetlands will impact our state's ability to protect against climate crises that continue to happen. Wetlands protect property from the effects of flooding and protect our Great Lakes from pollution. And as we have more and more extreme weather events every year, we can't continue with risky and unnecessary pipeline construction. I hear a lot of people on this call who I feel like, frankly, have been hoodwinked by Enbridge into believing that this is a necessary upgrade in infrastructure and that, you know, we as Michiganders need oil going up to the UP and to fuel our communities, but that's simply not true. We do not need short-term jobs. There are alternatives, viable alternatives to the pipeline for oil transportation and also to oil in general for energy, like solar and wind power. And Michigan has an opportunity to be a leader in green energy right now, rather than deepening our reliance on these non-renewable polluting resources like oil. And we can't trust Enbridge. They have violated the Clean Water Act in Michigan and Illinois and continue to violate treaties and tribal sovereignty of Indigenous nations. So why would we trust them now with the water that provides drinking water to the Great Lakes in Canada? Why would we trust them when their only motive is profit-based? And, you know, they can afford to spend millions of dollars in, you know, paying people off when the spills do happen, just as a cost of doing business, but we can't afford to destroy our clean water. The state of Michigan has a legal obligation to protect its natural resources, and so I urge EGLE to deny any permits for Line 5 construction, and also to stop Line 5 as it currently operates. Land back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next up is Kim Moon. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Kim.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for letting me submit my comment. I speak as a lifelong Michigander. One of the best things about living in Michigan is that we are surrounded by the Great Lakes, the largest freshwater system in the entire world. All of us must ensure that the lakes are protected so that future generations can continue to enjoy this tremendous natural resource. That is why the permit for the Enbridge Line 5 project must be denied. Enbridge is responsible, as several commenters have noted, for the Kalamazoo River disaster, the largest inland oil spill in U.S. history. And Enbridge has also had over 1,000 oil spills between 1999 and 2013. Line 5 alone has already had over 30 oil spills in its lifetime, releasing more than 1 million gallons of oil. How can we trust this company to care for the Great Lakes when they have been so cavalier about safety in the past? Several of the speakers talked about financial impacts of the proposed tunnel. So let's talk about that. A study done by Robert Richardson at Michigan State University states that an oil spill in the Straits of Mackinac could cause a $45 billion loss in GDP due to disruption of the shipping and steel industries, not to mention the loss to the Michigan tourism industry, which also relies heavily on the Great Lakes. The state of Michigan performed an analysis on alternatives if Line 5 were to be shut down and found that there are several alternate modes of transport utilizing pre-existing infrastructure that could fulfill gas and oil needs in Michigan with a negligible cost to consumers. Also, in 2023, Governor Whitmer signed legislation that requires energy companies to meet a 100% clean energy standard by 2040. So why would we want to encourage more development of dirty fossil fuels that further worsen climate change that adversely affects all of us? Finally, Line 5 currently runs through many tribal lands. The reroute would still, be in the watershed of the Bad River Creek tribe. And this is a violation of their treaty rights. They've made it very clear they do not want Line 5 anywhere on their land. Past behavior is the best indicator of future behavior, and Enbridge has shown time and time again it cannot be bothered to ensure that Line 5 does not spill oil into the Great Lakes. For this and the many other reasons I mentioned, we cannot allow Enbridge to further endanger the Great Lakes by allowing the Line 5 project to proceed. Please deny Enbridge's permit for this project. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Kim. All right, next up is Ryan Sistad.
Awesome. Thank you for having me comment. My name is Ryan Sistad. I'm the Executive Director of Better in Our Backyard, and I'm submitting this comment in strong support of Enbridge's Great Lakes Tunnel project. This project has been one of the most comprehensively studied infrastructure efforts in Michigan's history. Over the past 5 years, it has undergone more than 40,000 hours of surveys and technical review. That level of scrutiny demonstrates both the seriousness of this project and the care that has gone into ensuring it is safe, environmentally responsible, and beneficial to the people of Michigan, and quite frankly, to the U.S. The tunnel will house the Line 5 pipeline deep beneath the lake bed of the Straits of Mackinac, removing a section of the existing line from open waters of the Great Lakes. By doing so, it significantly strengthens protection for one of our most valuable natural resources. The Great Lakes are the pride of Michigan, and this project provides a modern, reinforced solution that ensures they are safeguarded for generations to come. It is also important to remember what Line 5 provides. For more than 70 years, it has operated safely, delivering up to 540,000 barrels of oil and natural gas liquids daily, while supporting thousands of good-paying union jobs that support the economy of the UP, not just short-term, but long-term. This supply includes the majority of the propane that Michigan residents depend on, especially in the Upper Peninsula, where reliable energy access is critical. The Great Lakes Tunnel will not only maintain that reliability, but modernize it, making sure energy continues to flow safely under the strongest environmental and engineering protections in the world. In addition, the project carries significant economic benefits, so it will create thousands of good-paying union jobs, provide millions in private investment in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and support long-term energy reliability that fuels our home industries. It is exactly the type of infrastructure upgrade that advances environmental protection, economic growth, and energy security at the same time. As part of its application to EGLE, Enbridge has outlined the necessary temporary wetland and bottomland impacts in Mackinac and Emmet counties, including grading, construction laydown areas, tunnel portal construction, and a temporary water intake structure. Importantly, all these impacts have been carefully reviewed and are designed to be temporary with full restoration of Lake Michigan bottomlands once construction is complete. For all these reasons, the rigorous review process to strengthen protection of our Great Lakes, the safe and reliable delivery of energy to Michigan residents, and significant economic and workforce benefits, I urge EGLE to approve the permit for the Great Lakes Tunnel project. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Ryan. All right, next up is Bill Sowerby. Are you there, Bill?
Yes, I am. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you, EGLE, for having this public hearing today. My name is Bill Sowerby. I'm a former state representative, and I served for 3 terms as the minority vice chair of the Natural Resource Committee. In that time, I received thousands of not only my constituents, but around the state voices speaking out against Line 5 and against the project that we're talking about permitting today. I strongly encourage denial of this permit by EGLE to not grant anything to Enbridge for this project. I was there in December of 2018 when the state legislature passed and Governor Snyder at that time signed the agreements with Enbridge to start this process for the tunnel. That happened without any public hearings and any public review of that tunnel process. Very disappointing. In that period of time, the proposals have changed numerous times as to the path of what that tunnel was going to take and what it was going to look like. In that period of time, there has been much refuting of the geological studies that has been presented by Enbridge for this under the lake bed tunnel, questioning the validity of Enbridge's geological studies. That in and of itself is concerning. Enbridge has a failed process in providing safe pipelines across this state, including what happened in 2010 with the awful circumstances that happened with that leak in the Kalamazoo River. We have to take into consideration our indigenous tribal communities and how such a project will seriously impact their life and what they believe is best for our state. Let's not forget how important these peoples are to the future of our state and the past that they've served in our state. Let's keep in mind, too, that $54 billion of tourism dollars comes into the state every year. We employ 350,000 people in the tourist industry. Much of that tourism is drawn because of our Great Lakes and our shorelines. And so much of that is drawn to our points in the Straits of Mackinac and those points north of Traverse City, Alpena region, and that whole area that would be devastatingly impacted by any kind of a failure of this pipeline. The tragedy is that even
Bill,
if this grant...
You're out of time. Can you wrap up, please?
I will. Bottom line is The pipeline will continue to operate while this construction continues. We have a double impact of what this failure could look like when line 5 possibly breaks and the failure of this construction project. Please deny this permit. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for your comment. All right. It looks like Jill is not on, so we're going to go to Justin Tomei.
Good evening. My name is Justin Tomei, representing Michigan United Conservation Clubs. MUCC strongly supports the Enbridge Line 5 tunnel project and urges the Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy to issue the necessary permits to move this important infrastructure forward while protecting the Great Lakes, the associated watersheds, and the ecosystems. MUCC is the largest statewide conservation organization in the nation, uniting thousands of hunters, anglers, trappers, and outdoor enthusiasts from across Michigan. Our mission is to unite citizens to conserve, protect, and enhance Michigan's natural resources and outdoor heritage. MUCC's membership has passed a formal resolution in support of the tunnel as the best available alternative for ensuring continued safe transport of energy products through the Straits of Mackinac. We believe the tunnel reflects a balance between environmental protection and the need for reliable energy infrastructure. Currently, Line 5 has exceeded its current lifespan, yet still crosses the Straits of Mackinac exposed. No action is unacceptable, as this would allow the pipelines to continue operation with no secondary containment. MUCC's membership has emphasized that alternatives such as trucking or rail transport are far less efficient and pose greater safety and environmental risks. Decommissioning Line 5 without a viable turnkey alternative, as the MUCC resolution states, would disrupt energy supplies and threaten jobs and livelihoods throughout Michigan. On behalf of our members statewide, we urge you to move forward with the permitting and expedite the protection of the Great Lakes without delay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. All right, and it looks like we have 3 people logged in as Angela W. Weiss. So we're going to unmute all 3 of you. If you're, I guess, the real Angela Weiss, if you could unmute yourself and you can make your comment. All right, looks like all 3 of you are unmuted. Angela, if you'd like to make a comment, you can unmute yourself and begin if you'd like.
Am I unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you.
Right. I am here to outright reject Line 5. I've seen too much damage and destruction done along Line 3. I'll refer to that because firsthand I got to see firsthand how Enbridge is so hasty and reckless in their work. And you know, I'm not one to put some people down or a company, but they're from Canada, so just kind of coming through the United States, wreaking havoc by wanting to put in that tunnel and going through Michigan into Wisconsin to the refineries and then back to Sarnia. How does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me. I ask EGLE to simply go home tonight, and when you take a drink of water, reflect on all that you heard here today. Respect the treaties, honor the treaties, do what's right, shut down Line 5, catastrophic oil pipeline hazardous. It's been sitting on the bottom of the state for 72 years, 71 or 72. And please shut down that hazardous accident waiting to happen. It's inevitable that we would have catastrophic consequences from putting in this oil tunnel. I can't even believe it's on the table. There are facts. Please do your extensive research and please do your job. This is not the most effective, safest way to address the next 99 years with tar sands, oil, or any other petroleum going through that line. On a duty, I'm with Whitney or Winnie. I stand in support and all the indigenous and the water protectors. I thank you for your time. Because it's their futures. It's not so much about us and that money, that dollar. It's more about them. So think about them when you look in their eyes. Are you doing the right thing? And with that, I will close. Thank you for hearing me.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Angela. All right. We will go with Carly Evich. After Carly, this would be a good time for us to take our break. So after Carly goes, we'll take a 10-minute break. So whenever you're ready, Carly, you can begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Carly Evich. I'm a longtime resident of Wyandotte in Wayne County, Michigan, and a member of the Michigan League of Conservation Voters. Thank you to EGLE for hosting the session today and to all of you for attending. Growing up in Wyandotte and the Detroit River meant having a gateway to the Great Lakes right in my backyard. As an international connecting waterway, the Detroit River connects the upper and lower Great Lakes via Lake St. Clair and the St. Clair River, and most of the river's flow comes from Lake Huron. Walking along the Detroit River is one of my favorite Michigan pastimes, but like most kids in lower Michigan, I also loved getting to leave my backyard and go up north to experience the Straits of Mackinac. As a Girl Scout, I loved feeling the cool breeze of the water as I rode the ferry with my Girl Scout troop across the Straits to Mackinac Island. It's pure Michigan experiences like these that are threatened for our kids and our families if we continue operation of Line 5, which is not only in aging condition, but is in one of the worst places an oil pipeline could be placed. 740 miles of shoreline in Lake Michigan and Huron, and the drinking water for 40 million people are at risk from a potential Line 5 spill in the Straits of Mackinac. A spill like that could severely impact our health and well-being, the Great Lakes ecosystem, tourism, our local economies, key cultural resources, as well as treaty rights for our tribal nations. This would be a disaster felt across the entire state of Michigan, even by families like mine living downstate along the Detroit River, less than 90 minutes from the Line 5 water crossing under the St. Clair River. The entire Line 5 is already an intolerable threat to both our Great Lakes and straits like the Detroit River that connect into them. Encasing the underwater portion of Line 5 in a tunnel won't change these facts. It will only increase the danger of Line 5 by creating the potential for catastrophic tunnel explosions of crude oil and natural gas liquids, products that are primarily serving Canadian consumers. Michigan has the right and the responsibility to shut down Line 5, a pipeline that was installed before the Clean Water Act and the National Environmental Policy Act even existed. Our state is not dependent on Line 5 to meet our energy needs, but we're still taking on most of the risk from a potential pipeline failure. So EGLE, I'm asking you today to use your power to deny the permit for Enbridge's proposed Line 5 tunnel. Together, we can move in the direction of shutting down this 71-year-old pipeline for good and securing safer and more sustainable ways of meeting our state's energy needs without sacrificing our irreplaceable Great Lakes. So let's be on the right side of history and protect the Great Lakes for all by saying no to the Line 5 tunnel project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Carly. All right, so we're going to go ahead and, one second here. We're going to move on. There we go. We're going to move on to our break. So we're going to take about 7 minutes to stretch our legs and so forth. So we'll be turning our cameras and mics off, coming back in 7 minutes. Also, just a heads up, we put the rest of the names that who during registration indicated they want to make a comment in the chat, so you know what we have left. We have 9 people. And then we'll get to the other people who haven't made a comment and would like to make a comment by raising your hand. So that's what we'll be doing next. So we'll see you all back here at 8:30. All right. Hello, everyone. Do we have our panelists back? All right. Thank you all for your patience. Hopefully you're able to stretch your legs and take a minute with that break. One thing I put in the chat is one thing to note is that if you registered after noon today, this list was generated after noon, the list of people who indicated they want to make a comment. So if you registered a little later on after noon and you want to make a comment, you'll have to raise your hand in Zoom to do so. We'll call on you in order. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get rolling. It looks like our next commenter, Aubrey, is not on. So we're going to go with Josh Fruick.
Yes, hello, good evening. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, Josh Fruick here speaking, lifelong Youper living in Negaunee. I would like to just support EGLE in issuing this permit. I'm with Labor's Local 1329. We employ a roughly 1,000 members, and throughout my career, I've worked with Enbridge through their contractors and done specifically work on Line 5 for about 7 years. And I know firsthand that they take safety very serious, and the Great Lakes Tunnel is the right solution. Michigan relies on the energy that Line 5 delivers, and more than 70% of Michiganders support the Great Lakes Tunnel project, which proposes to make a safe pipeline even safer by housing the segment of Line 5 in the straits within a tunnel. Enbridge continues to drive environmental protections by reducing construction impacts, even with a relatively small construction footprint for a size of the Great Lakes Tunnel project. Most environmental disturbances will be short-term and during construction, with restoration of the natural features occurring after the tunnel is completed. The Great Lakes Tunnel presents no ongoing adverse environmental impacts, in my opinion. I appreciate the time tonight, and hopefully everybody has a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Josh. All right, so it looks like Jack and Paul are not on. So next up would be Jeff Smith. Are you there, Jeff?
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for offering us the opportunity to talk tonight. My name is Jeff Smith. I live in northern Michigan in the small town of Cedar, near the shore of Lake Michigan. I speak tonight to strongly oppose this project. First off, others have mentioned this, but this to me is a central point of my objection. Michigan does not need this pipeline. Enbridge's own studies and experts have testified in court under oath that the price change would be a penny a gallon to gasoline in Michigan if Line 5 were to close. It makes no sense to risk the Great Lakes and the deep ecological and cultural value of the Straits of Mackinac for 1 penny per gallon. Enbridge Consultants Dynamic Risk, in a study dated October 26, 2017, determined that the tunnel could be built safely if 4 conditions were met: good rock conditions, minimal groundwater flow, no toxic or hazardous gases present, and the tunnel will have a sealed annulus, meaning filled with cement. This is a central point as well. Not a single one of those 4 conditions is met in the current design and tunnel pathway through the bedrock. Again, not a single one of those 4 conditions is met. The bedrock is terrible. 71% of the rock that's known, it's not well characterized yet, not adequately, but that is known, is rated poor or very poor. Of that 71%, 25% of that rock is rated 0 on a scale of 0 to 10. The worst rock can be for tunnel construction. The groundwater flow is very high. That was another condition, minimal groundwater flow. It's very high. No toxic gases present. We all know, we've heard tonight, methane is in the groundwater. That methane can collect in that open annulus construction and present explosion possibilities. And as stated, the tunnel will have a sealed annulus. It does not. It has an open annulus. I feel EGLE has a professional obligation a legal obligation, as described earlier tonight, and a moral duty above all to expand the scope of the permit study to include a very thorough examination of the bedrock through which the tunnel will be built. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Jeff. All right, next up is Carissa Welton.
Hi, hello everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Carissa Welton, and I'm an advocate for nature from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I have family with homes along northern Lake Michigan and northern Lake Huron, and we have enjoyed recreational activities and vacationing in the Mackinac area for generations. I've been voicing my opposition against Enbridge's Line 5 pipeline for 10 years now. After several years of U.S. Army Corps of Engineer assessments and Enbridge's patterns of negligence, I have become increasingly unconvinced of this foreign oil company's trustworthiness or the safety of this pipeline or any related construction. This project is like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. As it's been said, in the age of catastrophic climate impacts in 2025, I cannot think of a single reason to continue the operation of the Line 5 fossil fuel pipeline or any related construction like this tunnel. The only new construction we should be discussing in this day and age is renewable energy projects and climate resilient infrastructure. The Line 5 tunnel project is absolutely unnecessary, as it's been said previously, and only benefits Enbridge and its construction profits. I insist that EGLE makes the most environmentally responsible decision to deny this construction permit and ultimately shut down the operation of Line 5 permanently. The unprecedented risks of continuing Line 5 simply aren't worth it when there are so many energy alternatives. In truth, the Line 5 pipeline provides only 10% of its energy to the US, yet poses irreparable threats to 90% of North America's fresh water. Enbridge has caused numerous environmental disasters throughout its history, and as previously mentioned, has already polluted over 1 million gallons of oil in precious Michigan wetland areas throughout the state. We simply cannot afford to welcome corporate pollution in our state any longer, especially from Enbridge Energy, who has caused such devastating losses of livelihood to Michiganders. Construction of this tunnel will obstruct the beauty of the area and access to it for several years while causing harmful air and water pollution. Enbridge wants to discharge 5 million gallons of wastewater into Lake Michigan every day that the tunnel is being constructed by their own accord, which would result in slurry contamination that is detrimental to aquatic life and drinking water. Not only would this tunnel construction irreparably harm wetlands and fragile aquatic ecosystems, but potentially violates multiple tribal treaty rights. Perhaps the clearest reason the Line 5 tunnel project is unnecessary is that Enbridge's Line 78 can already provide the same energy through a different route. It is completely negligent to approve this permit for a dangerous pipeline that should never have existed at all. Decommissioning the pipeline will save millions of lives and billions of dollars in loss and damages. Thank you for this opportunity to share my opposition to the superfluous endeavor.
Thank you for your comments, Carissa. All right, next up is Joshua Lunger.
Good evening, Josh Lunger, the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Grand Rapids Chamber, and we are strongly in support of Line 5 and the Great Lakes Tunnel and urge you to grant the permits necessary to begin construction. The Grand Rapids Chamber is the region's West Michigan's largest business association, advocating for a thriving and prosperous West Michigan. For all our nearly 3,000 members range from small businesses to global corporations. Every day they innovate to solve challenges, create opportunity, and drive the growth that improves lives in our community. We think this is a win-win. Moving Line 5 out of the water in the Straits of Mackinac and to a state-of-the-art tunnel is a project that just makes sense. Line 5 is a critical part of our energy mix here in Michigan, and Michigan employers depend on it every day. This action will support Michigan residents and employers while greatly improving protection of our natural resources. In the more than half decade since the permits were first filed, we know how many survey hours and studies have been done, and all of this is on the record. Preparing to build a major once-in-a-generation piece of infrastructure like this tunnel takes intense study and thoughtful planning. We appreciate the work that both EGLE and federal agencies have done in partnership with many other local and regional and federal and national stakeholders. But Line 5 delivers up to 23 million gallons per day of fuel. and surrounding states use the gas to, Michigan and surrounding states use the gas for their cars, power their equipment at work, create jobs. Great Lake Tunnel is not just an energy project, it's a strategic infrastructure investment for Michigan. On behalf of our members, we ask you to move forward immediately with permitting for construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Josh. All right, next up is Kai Lin.
Hello, my name is Kai Lin, and I'm a resident of Wayne County and a staff member in Michigan League of Conservation Voters. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on the continuation of the Line 5 pipeline. I may not have lived in areas directly impacted by the pipeline and in its path of potential destruction, but I have been a Michigander my whole life. And one of the nearest and dearest things to any Michigander's heart is our state's beautiful landscapes and lakes. The personal attachment I have to Michigan's water and land motivates me to come here today and stand resolutely against the proposed Line 5 tunneling project. In addition to my personal anecdote, there are hard facts to further emphasize the danger this pipeline poses to Michigan's ecosystems and communities. In the interest of time, and considering the fact that many people have already shared much of these facts, I'm just going to share a couple reasons. First, water from the Great Lakes are essential to our collective survival, and the continuation of Line 5 threatens that. Around 40 million people alone get their drinking water from the Great Lakes, and people have already commented on the history of Line 5's unreliability. So I'll just restate that this pipeline is clearly a ticking time bomb that threatens our reliance on the most precious resource for survival, water. Additionally, proponents for the construction of this tunnel argue that it will protect the pipeline from damage and spills, and they will attempt to write off the history of leaks and incidents as solely a thing of the past. This could not be further from the truth. The tunnel itself is an explosion hazard, according to independent experts. The tunnel would be a 21-foot wide concrete pipe filled with oxygen, housing a pipeline in the tunnel carrying oil and natural gas liquids. Even a tiny pinhole leak would fill the tunnel with flammable vapors that, combined with the oxygen, would set off a catastrophic explosion. Therefore, we cannot ignore the continued safety hazard this plan proposes, even while claiming there is complete certainty and safety, especially when the health of our communities and land are at stake. Lastly, most people do not want this project to happen. Last year alone, 100 organizations sent a letter to President Biden to urge for a reroute alternative and to shut down Line 5 completely, and this was followed by 150,000 different public comments. This evidence, combined with the sheer amount of people here today and those that will continue sending in written comments, prove that Michiganders do not want this pipeline built. Steamrolling opposition to the pipeline in the pursuit of profit is unacceptable and frankly immoral. I reiterate, refusing to run and operate this pipeline is a necessity because its potential environmental dangers and the simple fact that people don't want it. And I ask all of you to be on the side of history that fights for our communities, our land, and our future. End Line 5 pipeline. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. All right, so our next up is Jason Gear, and Jason is the last person on our list. And again, if you registered after noon, you have to raise your hand to make a comment to get in line. Also, if anybody before then changed their mind, didn't indicate they want to make a comment, but now they do, you're more than welcome to. It's pretty much going to be anyone who has not yet made a comment is welcome to make a comment tonight. If you're on the phone, you can select #2. That will raise your hand in Zoom, and we'll call on you using the last 4 digits of your phone number. So with that, go ahead, Jason.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
My name's Jason Gear. I'm the president of the Michigan Oil and Gas Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the renewal of permits for the construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel project. The Michigan Oil and Gas Association strongly encourages the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes Energy to approve the permit application submitted by Enbridge Energy to enable construction of the Great Lakes Tunnel. EGLE approved these permits in 2021 following a comprehensive review and should approve them again. Enbridge has proposed a construction approach that significantly minimizes adverse environmental impacts on both upper and lower peninsulas and within the waters of the straits. We also note the company's use of technology to minimize total water use, promote water recycling, and treat water onshore for return with the waters of the straits commensurate with water quality and conditions of the straits. Environmental impacts of the 2 construction sites for the Great Lakes Tunnel portals are contained through responsible design and engineering that minimizes wetland and other resource disturbances. As noted in the draft environmental impact statement released several weeks ago by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Disturbance impacts are short-term, limited to the construction phase and to the portal locations. Michigan's oil and gas producers depend on Line 5 to move 14,000 barrels per day of our locally produced crude oil to Great Lakes area refineries in Detroit, Sarnia, and Toledo, who then process it into everyday products we use here in our state. The Great Lakes Tunnel will ensure that Michigan oil and gas producers will continue to have access to safe and well-maintained transportation infrastructure that will continue to support our business needs and protect the Great Lakes. Given the importance of Line 5 to Michigan's communities, our economy, and the survival of our businesses, the Michigan Oil and Gas Association strongly encourages the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy to approve the permits for the tunnel project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Jason. All right. First raised hand is Samantha Vimes. All right, looks like you're unmuted on our end, Samantha. Feel free to unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hello, yes. I just wanted to double check before I start. The bell is the 1 minute warning?
Yes, 1 minute warning.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
My name is Samantha Blue Vimes. I'm a regional organizer with the Michigan League of Conservation Voters and a local activist within Kalamazoo County. I want to start by thanking EGLE for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight, and I want to thank everyone for attending. Listening tonight has been a frustrating experience. Respectable members of the business community, one after another, expressing their support of the Live Pipe Tunnel through the Mackinac Strait, ensuring all of us that this will be for the best for the environment, best for the economy, that it's efficient and safe, and our surest path forward. Gas stations and business owners and petroleum guilds and construction magnates and all those folks assuring us that this project is safe with 0% chance of any damage. And it reminds me of the discussion around Deepwater Horizon. See, I grew up in the Tampa Bay area and we had similar assurances. Cutting edge petroleum extracting technology that could never ever go wrong. And then 2010, 11 dead, 17 injured, 4.9 million gallons of oil spilled into the Gulf of Mexico, killing hundreds of thousands of wildlife in the Gulf. And since everyone here is so keen on the economy, decimating the small fishing businesses that fed local communities all across the state's west coast. Oil spills poison food and water supplies, which directly correlate to an increase in mental illness, digestive health failure, circulatory disease, respiratory disease, ear, nose, and throat illness, skin disease, which I have observed in my own community in the years leading up to COVID. Then I moved to Michigan, and I come to learn that at almost the same time, Enbridge's own incredibly modern, deeply researched, highly curated tunnel running through Marshall, Michigan, leading to one of the greatest inland oil spills in history, poisoning the Kalamazoo River in such a way that we're still struggling against those effects today. I'll be blunt. In a period where our environmental, food and drink, and health regulation is under attack by a fleet of businesses and profiteers, with an energy company with a history of failure, with a site that has repeatedly been called into question, with a notably sensitive ecosystem, which the locals oppose, which violates native grounds and treaties, which puts locals' lives and livelihoods at risk, why should we trust Enbridge not to trip up and destroy those coasts and wetlands, and indeed, an entire Great Lake ecosystem for generations to come? Can we trust you to upkeep that in 10 years, 20, 50? When it's no longer profitable to ship contaminating, inefficient energy sources, can we reliably expect you to clean up and remove that infrastructure? It goes without saying that this permit must be denied. Fortunately, it has been said 1,000 times by locals, voters, workers, and not their bosses, by youths, by environmental experts, and by Enbridge's own research. There is only one sensible solution: shut down Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Margaret Howard.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Howard, and I'm actually a Michigan resident, unlike many of the Talking Pieces companies I've heard from tonight. And I oppose the building of this tunnel and support the removal of Line 5 and any infrastructure supported by Enbridge, which has proven multiple times to do insufficient and often rushed work. A proposal on paper is one thing, but the actions and impacts we have observed are that this is not a risk we need to be taking, or an organization that deserves our confidence. I'd like to thank Oil and Water Don't Mix for their diligent coverage of history, the history Enbridge would like us to all forget. July 25th, 2010, Enbridge had one of the worst, largest, and most expensive oil spills from a 6-foot break in their pipeline called Line 6B. That break went undetected and unreported for nearly 17 hours, not minutes. In fact, Enbridge misidentified this leak as a bubble and increased flow and pressure to the line until the local utility had to tell them the damage that they were causing. 10 days later, Enbridge lied, testified before Congress that they could detect a leak almost instantaneously. This is not an honest company or a business we want in Michigan. Enbridge and NCR only paid for these mistakes because of legal action, still leaving significant cleanup for the EPA and Michigan nonprofits. Statistically, Enbridge, with its many, many projects, has averaged more than one spill a week for the last 15 years. There have been 1,068 Enbridge spills that have dumped 7.4 million gallons of oil into the environment between 1999 and 2013. As mentioned earlier, the plan on paper endangers multiple species and environments, and that is the ideal plan, not the one I believe will be implemented. This company has a track record of multiple environmental violations and a history of our own state of neglect of infrastructure within our water. Let's be clear, with global warming and other changes, there is no way that this company can guarantee that this infrastructure spanning 600 miles in some parts will remain safe. We talk about this tunnel reducing the chance of a spill, but the only reason there is a chance of a spill in the first place is because Line 5 exists with bad upkeep and the wrong people benefiting from it and Michigan. Please remember that 54% of Michigan voters want Line 5 shut down, but only 22% think that Line 5 should continue to operate. 64% of Northern Michiganders voters want Line 5 shut down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Margaret. All right, next up is Mindy Myers.
Hello.
Hello, you can begin when you're ready, Mindy.
My name is Mindy Myers, and I am the Executive Director of the Dickinson Area Economic Development Alliance. The Alliance has been the leading organization for stimulating economic development in the Dickinson County area of Michigan's Upper Peninsula for the last 8 years. We strongly support Line 5 and the Great Lakes Tunnel and urge you to grant the permits necessary to begin construction. Line 5 traverses the northern part of our county, and Enbridge is a significant taxpayer which provides substantial economic benefits to our area. Line 5 delivers up to 23 million gallons per day of the fuel Michigan and surrounding states use to gas up their cars, power their equipment at work, and create jobs. The Great Lakes Tunnel is not just an energy project, it's a strategic infrastructure investment for Michigan. Line 5 is a project with significant economic impact, but also takes environmental impact seriously. I have had the opportunity to tour Enbridge facilities, and their focus on safety and environmental protection is incredible. On that note, I would like to state that the release of the draft environmental impact statement by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is a significant milestone in the development of the Great Lakes Tunnel. It is the result of more than 5 years of rigorous and comprehensive project review and stakeholder engagement, including input from the tribes, ENGOs, citizens, business and trades, and local communities, and it's a critical step forward in planning a project that will modernize energy infrastructure, protect the Great Lakes, and ensure long-term energy reliability for Michigan and the region. The Great Lakes Tunnel is the right solution. Michigan relies on the energy Line 5 delivers. More than 70% of Michiganders support the Great Lakes Tunnel project, which proposes to make a safe pipeline even safer by housing the segment of Line 5 in the straits within a tunnel below the lake bed. Enbridge is a great community partner, and the Dickinson Area Economic Development Alliance urges you to support Line 5, not only for economic impact in our rural community, but for all of the Upper Peninsula, state of Michigan, and surrounding states. We are grateful for EGLE's decision to grant permits for the tunnel construction in the past and look forward to your decision to grant them again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right. Next up is Jay Schlicker. All right, are you there? And it's first initial J.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, I think you just muted yourself.
Okay, I have you on my phone and my.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, sorry.
Gotcha. Yeah, we can hear you, so you can begin when you're ready.
Am I ready to start?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Jess Schlicker.
You're going to want to turn one of them off.
Hello?
Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, you can begin.
Okay. So, sorry about that, guys. So my name is Jess Schlicker. I am a Michigan-based small business owner here, and I would like to bring it to the attention of EGLE that number one, thank you so much for having this. It is such an important thing for the public to be able to voice their opinions, and I really appreciate your time, especially this late at night, so I will try to keep it short. But I did want to bring up, as a small business owner and as a mom, I strongly oppose and outright reject the permit for Enbridge's Line 5 tunnel. And I further implore EGLE to push for the decommission of the Line 5 dual pipeline. I echo the key points of the previous speakers about Enbridge's history of neglect, failure, and outright disregard for not only the native tribes, but for the governor's orders as well. I would like to add additional pertinent facts. Enbridge's Line 5 initial construction design did put hundreds of support, elevating 3 miles of the pipeline off of the lake bed into a turbulent current. This design was not approved by any agency that I could find, and it actually endangered the pipeline's own construction, as has been proved by anchors hitting it and 3 deaths so far to date having occurred from that. Line 5 has spilled 33 times and at least 1.1 million gallons since its incubation in 1968. Excuse me. And then, let me see. Oh, sorry, I have to go to this. In addition to that, the pipeline corrosion is the most common reason for pipeline bursts, as cited by numerous pipeline projects. So to say that a pipeline will have almost zero, to quote someone else, almost zero chances of bursting is incorrect and quite laughable, as it is a very important thing to note that oil spills are a huge problem. 1 drop of oil will cover an area of a 2-car garage, for reference, and it has a terrible and drastic effect on eco and wildlife resources, as well as the environments around it. Marine and terrestrial life are affected in numerous ways by any oil spill, and it is a toxin that can affect everything from crabs to fish to even humans. As someone else has noted, there are many organ failures and problems that can occur if anyone was to ingest that in their drinking water, which this pipeline does affect drinking water. I would also like to note that a Canada-based group did state that Enbridge continues to insist the safest way to move oil through is pipelines, but when it comes to Line 5, this could not be further from the truth. The 71-year-old deteriorating pipeline is an increased risk of rupture, and it runs right through the heart of the Great Lakes, which holds 84% of North America's freshwater. There are other viable options for alternative methods of transportation that, as others have also stated, there would be no intense measurable amount that would affect consumers. 90 to 95% of the oil that's transported is through Canada.
You're actually
so it would not
out of
affect
time,
Michigan public that much.
So please wrap your comments up.
I would also like to note that there are over 41 sources between analyses, studies, and other references of investigative journalism that cite different reasons for not only the Enbridge's Line 5, but other similar projects, even in small.
Sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next person. You're out of time, and we have a lot more people to get to, but thank you for your comment. So next up is Emily Baker.
Hi, am I coming through all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
I was also on my phone in case I couldn't. All right. Well, my name's Emily Baker, and I alternate between Traverse City and Frankfort, Michigan. And I'm speaking in opposition of the tunnel. I second a lot of those who have done the same. And I'd also like to add that I gather at the recent hearing about CAFO permits, 40% of wetlands were already lost to business and development in Michigan. 40% of Michigan's wetlands specifically. And we need to save all the wetlands we can because they're responsible for cleaning the lakes and recharging groundwater. And I'd also like to say it's awfully convenient that the funding for the Solar for All program got cut off not long before. And I'd like to bring up a possibility that a lot of those programs were, at least a few of those Solar for All programs were going to be based in the UP. And it seems incredible that so many are talking like they don't know about the advances in solar. Like, for instance, there's one in Finland that uses sand instead of lithium, and some that use sodium instead of lithium in other countries. So it's not entirely implausible to move forward. I understand the concerns of the people of the UP. Nobody wants to breeze through another ice storm. And I understand their concerns about the safety of rail and other methods of delivery. But there are things to advocate for on that, like the Senate Bill 576, which was bipartisan, basically. So I'd like to urge you to take all those things into account when deciding where to proceed. And if you still want help for your solar programs, there are plenty of local programs you can look for, like MI Homegrown Solar and Groundworks Access My Solar. And I'm basically speaking only for myself, although I did tune into the other organizations. And that's all the thoughts I have for the moment. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Emily. All right. Just a quick reminder that even though it's going to be one comment per person, 3 minutes per comment, that there are other ways to make a comment, and we'll be sharing those a little bit later on in case you run out of time or have something you think about afterwards. I'll be providing those next after tonight's statements. So next up is Jennifer McKay. You there, Jennifer?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. So good evening. My name is Jennifer McKay, and I want to first thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. I will be submitting detailed written comments, so tonight I will just highlight a few key points. First, I want to urge EGLE to extend the public comment period. The alternatives analysis and minimization of impacts report alone is nearly 2,000 pages long, and it's filled with technical appendices. A little over 30 days does not allow the public to meaningfully review and respond. And public engagement is essential to assuring that decisions of this magnitude are transparent, informed, and credible. Without adequate time, EGLE cannot claim to have conducted a legitimate public process. Second, the permit application contains some serious errors. First, it wrongly states that the project is not within Indian lands. And in fact, the project is in Mackinac County within the service area and treaty ceded territory of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. It also proposes wetland mitigation using the Carp River Mitigation Bank in St. Ignace, which lacks the scrub credits required by the mitigation banking administrative rules for in-kind mitigation. That makes the proposed mitigation non-compliant and legally deficient. There's also a concern about interagency coordination. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service declined to serve as a cooperating agency on the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers draft environmental impact statement. Because of that, it's unclear whether their expertise has been incorporated into EGLE's review with MDNR. And EGLE has a responsibility to confirm and demonstrate that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service expertise has been incorporated. Without their involvement, the review cannot adequately address biological impacts, propose adequate mitigation, or ensure compliance with the federal and Michigan's Endangered Species Act. And finally, Part 303 is clear. A permit shall not be issued unless the proposed activity is primarily dependent on being located in a wetland. And an oil and natural gas liquid pipeline is not wetland dependent, nor is any of the associated infrastructure. So given these deficiencies, the adequate public comment time, the factual errors, the unlawful mitigation proposal, uncertainty around interagency engagement, failure to meet statutory standards, along with additional concerns that will be in my written comments, this permit application must be denied. Thank you again for your time and attention.
Thanks for your comments, Jennifer. All right, next up is Elizabeth Ezzo.
Thank you, EGLE, for the opportunity to comment on the Line 5 tunnel project. I really appreciate it. I'm a resident of Traverse City, northern Michigan, and we all depend on the Great Lakes so much, not just for recreation, but for our drinking water, etc. And I really appreciate you spending the time to really dive into this issue. I implore you to reject this permit request. I also request that you extend the comment period. Clearly, business, oil and gas knew about this hearing long ago. However, the general population is a bit behind and really needs to be heard and needs the comment period extended to express their views. Over and over again tonight, we've heard from industry, propane, oil and gas, construction, business development, all of which are driven financially. I think it's important to point out the fact that shutting down Line 5 would have little impact on gas prices or fuel supplies in the state of Michigan, even according to Enbridge's own experts under oath. In fact, Enbridge's experts say that shutting down Line 5 wouldn't cost even half a penny per gallon at the gas pump. The gas industry failed to mention that only 19% of the Upper Peninsula's households heat their homes with propane. Additionally, the UP has 86 diverse potential propane sources to replace Line 5 to source the UP. Studies show more jobs would be created by decommissioning Line 5 than by building the tunnel project. This pipeline isn't a safer alternative to dual pipelines. Enbridge insists that Michiganders make an impossible choice between the existing dual pipelines and the potentially disastrous oil tunnel. We need to reject both of them. Running a hazardous liquid pipeline through a confined underground tunnel full of oxygen has not been implemented anywhere in the world at this point. And to do this in the center of our fresh water for the first time it's an absurd plan. The Great Lakes contain a fifth of the Earth's fresh water. The health of the Great Lakes is critical to the health of all of us. Our supply of fresh, safe drinking water throughout Michigan is critical. The Line 5 tunnel extends the risk of an oil spill for the next 100 years. We can't afford to take that risk. A massive oil spill would cost billions in remediation and devastate our freshwater supply. Additionally, the state of Michigan takes ownership of the tunnel at the end of this project. Michiganders shouldn't take on this financial and environmental risk. We have an ethical responsibility to protect the Great Lakes for generations to come. This project extends the risk to the Great Lakes. It does not mitigate it. I request that EGLE protects Michigan's environment and public health, denying this permit for the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Elizabeth. All right, next up is Jax Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Jax Johnson and I live in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I desperately urge EGLE to deny the permit for Enbridge's Line 5 oil pipeline tunnel through the Straits of Mackinac, to condemn Line 5 altogether, and to extend the comment period. The Great Lakes are Michigan's most precious resource, providing drinking water for millions, supporting diverse ecosystems, and sustaining our local indigenous communities, which have a legal right to the land. No amount of profit can outweigh the millions of lives at risk, but put at risk by Enbridge's dangerous and unresearched project. Construction would irreparably harm wetlands and fragile aquatic ecosystems in the Straits. Enbridge's assessment of risk is incomplete, ignores glaring dangers like groundwater flow and poor rock conditions, and is clearly biased. Harm will not just be limited to construction zones. All environments are deeply connected, especially so in waterways, lakes, and wetlands. Any harm done to the Great Lakes will affect environments all over the continent of America. Enclosed natural gas liquids transported by Line 5 increase the danger of catastrophic tunnel explosions. Enbridge cannot and should not be trusted to care for the residents of Michigan. They have shown negligence in the past and will certainly do so again. Enbridge will always put profits above the interest, health, and safety of the public. Approving the tunnel perpetuates our reliance on fossil fuels, undermining Michigan's climate goals. The climate crisis is here, and people are already being hurt, made sick, and dying. Grand Rapids was covered in unhealthy smoke for weeks due to the Canadian wildfires caused by climate change. We cannot continue to rely on unstable and unsustainable fuel sources which harm all life on Earth. At the start of this town hall, it was put forward that all projects approved by EGLE should be in the interest of the public. Environmental destruction is not in our interest. Economic strife caused by spills is not in our interest. Reliance on dangerous and unstable fuel sources is not in our interest. Enbridge's profits over people attitude is not in our interest. EGLE has the opportunity to lead on this critical issue by rejecting Enbridge's permit and upholding Michigan's legacy of environmental stewardship. I urge you to act in the best interest of the Great Lakes and future generations of Michiganders by denying the Line 5 tunnel permit. And thank you for holding this town hall for discussion on this deeply important issue.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right. Next up is Ariel Ojibwe.
Bonjour. Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Bonjour. Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to say Ani, bonjour, Ariel Ojibwe Indigenous. I'm an enrolled member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. And first, I'd like to cite a 2014 Department of Environmental Quality publication entitled Status and Trends of Michigan's Wetlands that says, there are few ecosystems on Earth as biologically diverse as wetlands. These ecosystems provide crucial habitat suitable for a diverse set of organisms, from the smallest macroinvertebrates to a varied assortment of amphibians, fish, and birds. It also states that the total decline of Michigan wetlands since 1978 is estimated at 41,000 acres. I understand that EGLE is charged, at least in part, to make your decision in regards to the public trust of wetlands. Therefore, I would encourage you to use the government's own science about the precarious status of wetlands to make your decision and deny this permit. I would also like to remind listeners today of the intergovernmental accord between the federally recognized Indian tribes in Michigan and the governor of the state of Michigan concerning the protection of shared water resources. This agreement was signed on May 12, 2004 by Governor Granholm and the 12 sovereign tribal nations of Michigan. The accord commits to developing legislation, treaties, permitting activities, and enforcement of water protection laws together. As we know, all of the Great Lakes tribes are in agreement to reject Enbridge's presence in our Great Lakes system. I ask that the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy honors this accord and makes a decision regarding Line 5 in partnership with Michigan's 12 federally recognized tribes. Finally, I want to remind us that humans are amazing. We are cooperative and resourceful. I believe in the power of our collective imagination to come up with alternative solutions to meet the energy needs of the residents of Michigan and protect all of the life that depends on the health of our Michigan waterways. Thank you, EGLE, for hosting this conversation to help us imagine a beautiful, healthy future for all of our descendants.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Ariel. All right, next up is Hope Sherwood.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Hope Sherwood, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to comment. I am speaking today to urge you to deny the permit application for Enbridge Energy's proposed Line 5 oil pipeline tunnel. Instead, EGLE must require a full Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act review of the entire project, especially the tunnel, including all of its risks. I've lived in Michigan my whole life, and the Great Lakes have always been a part of who I am. They're not just bodies of water on a map, they are our drinking water, our childhood summers, and our sense of home. They sustain wildlife, our power of our fishing and tourism economies, and connect every community in our state. To jeopardize them is to jeopardize everything pure Michigan believes in. Approving this tunnel threatens our wetlands and fragile ecosystems during construction. There's a risk of collapse due to the fractured bedrock and unstable soils, and it will lock us into decades more of fossil fuel dependence, undermining Michigan's climate goals and realistic and reliable options for clean energy. It also violates tribal sovereignty, as every tribal nation in Michigan opposes this project. The time is now to care about the communities of people who have been last to be considered historically almost every time. Lastly, it puts our economy and the way of life at risk if a rupture occurs, impacting hundreds of miles of shoreline. Right now, EGLE's review is far too narrow, focused on only wetlands at the tunnel's entry and exit points, and that simply isn't enough. A full submerged lands review is necessary to truly weigh the real risks and safer alternatives, including the only real solution, which is decommissioning Line 5. As someone who has always called Michigan home, I cannot stand by while our lakes and communities are put at such a high risk. I'm asking you not just as an advocate, but as a fellow Michigander who cares deeply about our future, deny this permit and require a full review. Do it for our lakes, for our communities, and for generations yet to come. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. All right, just so everybody knows where we're at, we have about 17 raised hands in the queue at the moment. And the next up is Lee Graham. You can go ahead,
Yes.
Lee.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. I just want to say thank you to the EGLE staff for the chance to speak tonight. My name is Lee Graham. I'm the Executive Director for the Operating Engineers Local 324 Labor Management Education Committee. Organization represents 15,000 skilled tradespeople across Michigan, from Marquette to Monroe. We're the folks operating the dozers, the cranes, the excavators that build and maintain our roads, bridges, power plants, and pipelines. I'm here to say clearly we support the Great Lakes Tunnel, and we support EGLE moving these permits forward. These are the same permits that were approved back in 2021, and since then, Enbridge has put years of work into making sure this project is designed with care for the straits. They've limited the wetland impact to less than an acre and a half, which is remarkable for a project of this size. And as federal environmental review has shown, disturbance will only be temporary during the construction. For us as operating engineers, this project also means jobs. Hundreds of Michigan tradespeople will get to put their skills to work on one of the biggest infrastructure projects of our time. And just as important, it means opportunities for the next generation we're training in our career centers. We can teach them all day long, but at the end of the day, it really matters is work that they can build on with their careers. And let's not forget the fuel that Line 5 delivers, what power, every single very equipment machine that we use to rebuild Michigan's infrastructure. If that supply gets cut off, fuel costs go up, which means fewer miles of roads paved, fewer bridges repaired, fewer people working. That's not good for anyone. Approving these permits is the common sense thing to do. It protects the lakes, keeps energy affordable, and puts Michigan workers on the job. On behalf of the Operating Engineers 324, I ask that you move forward and let us get to work building this Great Lakes Tunnel. Thank you much.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Lee. All right, next up is TJ Gertig. Are you there, TJ?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thanks so much. Hi, my name is TJ Gertig. I actually live at the other end of the lake in Hammond, Indiana. I want to thank the Oil and Water Don't Mix Coalition for their incredible social media outreach regarding this project. And I just want to say, coming from, to give you my perspective, I'm an electrician, local 697. I've worked at Enbridge facilities, and I currently work at the BP oil refinery right here in the city I live in. And I am firmly opposed to any new oil infrastructure being put in because of the absolute havoc it wreaks on local communities and wildlife. In my city, there's constantly dead migrating waterfowl being pulled out of lakes. There's last night there was a heavy rain and we had oil coming out of our water table through our storm drains, and people that swim in the lake in Lake Michigan, where it's so heavily polluted right here, come out with rashes. And so if you go through with building this pipeline or reviving it, ostensibly for economic boosts, I'd like you to please know that, I mean, we look to Michigan as a bastion of environmental protection, pure Michigan, as opposed to the wasteland we've created in Northwest Indiana. And it's a smack, and it's laughable. I mean, you look at the Keystone Pipeline, it's only 15 years old. It's all the new technology, all the best pipe fitters were on it. And in 15 years, there's been 23 oil leaks. It's not a question of, if, it's when this pipeline leaks underneath Lake Michigan, it will just unleash havoc, and it will destroy all of the ecotourism that you guys benefit from. And it will destroy the lake that all of the Midwestern states share. And I can't oppose this enough. I mean, yeah, thank you very much. Please do not go through with this pipeline. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, TJ. All right. Next is Aaron McDonald.
Hello.
Hello. You can begin when you're ready.
All right. Great.
Yep.
All right. So I'm Aaron. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I'm here today to urge EGLE to deny the existing permit application for Enbridge Energy's proposed Line 5 tunnel through the Straits of Mackinac. As a young person who has lived and planned to live in Michigan for many years, I recognize that the Great Lakes is Michigan's most precious resource, providing drinking water and diverse ecosystems. I have family up north, and I could not bear to see the freshwater be destroyed from a ruptured pipeline. A tunnel through the straits is dangerous and poses a risk to these ecosystems. If this tunnel were to rupture and cause an oil spill, more than 700 miles of Great Lakes coastline would be impacted, and no amount of PR or promises or money from Enbridge can justify that risk. As someone said earlier, the risk of the pipeline exists because of the pipeline itself. The risk of this blowout or blow in are too great. We've seen already time and time again. Enbridge will make and then miss safety guarantees, and we cannot move forward with the permit as it stands. Instead, EGLE must enforce the full Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act, permitting requirements for the full tunnel proposal, which would require a comprehensive review of risks, alternatives, and the public need for the project, because EGLE's permitting process to this point is too narrow, focused only on the wetlands on either shore, and not the review of the tunnel in the Great Lakes Bottomland. As a young person in the state, I do not think I could continue living and working here if this tunnel project continued, and I urge you to act in the best interest of our Great Lakes and the current and future generations of Michiganders by denying the current Line 5 tunnel permit. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your comments, Aaron. All right, next up is Ross Fisher. You there, Ross?
Yeah, my name is Ross Fisher. I'm a lifelong Michigan resident, and I currently reside in Lansing, Michigan. I work with the Oil and Water Don't Mix Coalition, and I want to express my strong opposition to the permit application submitted by Enbridge and ask you to use your full authority as the environmental regulator for the state to conduct a full and comprehensive environmental review of the entire proposed 4.3-mile tunnel project. This process has not focused on the entire length of the project and has missed a number of key factors, including excavation impacts on the lake bed to impacts on Great Lakes water quality. The permitting process fails to live up to what is demanded by the Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act and the Public Trust Doctrine. Right now, our institutions are under a great deal of pressure to bend to the will of corporate interests. You have the power and the responsibility to protect the Great Lakes. Do not back away from it. We know from Enbridge's disastrous safety record that they cannot be trusted to operate Line 5, let alone build an unprecedented project that forces the state to carry the risk. The same corporation suggesting that the risk of a spill in the tunnel is virtually zero is the same corporation that took 17 hours to discover that their Line 6B had ruptured, leading to one of the worst inland oil spills in U.S. history. Allowing Enbridge to steer so much of the process and narrowing the scope demonstrate a priority of putting corporate interests over protecting our water. If your due diligence is done on this project, there is no way Enbridge can be granted a permit for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Amanda Robert is next. Looks like you're unmuted on our end, Amanda.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. All right. Well, hello and thank you for hosting this public comment period and for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amanda Robert, and I'm a lifelong Michigander and the network manager for the Michigan Climate Action Network. I'd like to begin by encouraging EGLE to extend the public comment period given the obvious public interest in this project. And I'm here today to urge you to deny Enbridge Energy's permit for the Line 5 tunnel project. As a Michigander, like all of you, I love the Great Lakes, our rivers, wetlands, forests, and the land we call home. These waters and landscapes are not just beautiful places. They sustain our communities, support thousands of jobs in fishing, tourism, and recreation, and are central to our way of life. They are also protected under the sovereign rights of Michigan's tribal nations, who have stewarded these places for generations. I feel a deep responsibility to protect these waters and lands for us today and for generations to come. We are living through a climate crisis. Michigan is already seeing the impacts: heavier rains, flooding, erosion, and threats to our drinking water. At a time when we should be investing in clean energy and true climate resilience, it makes no sense to build new fossil fuel infrastructure that only deepens the crisis and puts our Great Lakes, rivers, and wetlands at further risk. Building this tunnel would be short-sighted, focusing on short-term gains while exposing our waters and communities to enormous long-term danger. This project also runs directly against the goals of the Michigan Healthy Climate Plan, which calls for a transition away from fossil fuels and towards a clean energy future. I've heard a lot tonight about jobs, and I want to address that. I come from a union family, so I understand how important good jobs are. Studies have shown that decommissioning Line 5 could create more jobs in Michigan than building the tunnel, and that the tunnel jobs, of course, would be temporary. This doesn't even account for the growing opportunities in clean energy, a sector that already supports tens of thousands of well-paying, sustainable jobs in our state. And I'm speaking as a mother. I want to make sure that my children are able to swim in our lakes, rivers, and wetlands, hike our forests, and drink clean water without the fear of a catastrophic oil spill. They deserve a future where they can experience these places with joy and safety and not with worry. EGLE must fully consider the entire scope of the tunnel and all potential risks before making any decision. This decision is about more than one project. It's about what kind of future we are choosing for Michigan. I urge you to choose to protect our waters, our climate, and our children's future by denying this permit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Amanda. All right, next up is Jennifer Schlicht. Are you there, Jennifer?
Yep, here.
All right, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. 2 seconds. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Schlitt, lifelong Michigander, and I work for Clean Water Action. Thank you all from EGLE for your time tonight, and I strongly urge you to deny this permit application. Michigan has everything to lose and nothing to gain if this tunnel scheme is approved. The effect of this tunnel on the wetlands and Great Lakes Bottomland will be incredibly destructive to the fragile ecosystem. This permit is not in the public interest, it is not necessary, and it is unacceptable disruption. We do not need this tunnel or this pipeline putting our incredibly invaluable resources at risk any more than they already have. The impact on gas prices will be minimal, as Enbridge's own experts have testified, 0.5 cents a gallon. We have propane alternatives, as UP Energy Task Force has found. The red flags abound. We need to move beyond being held hostage by economic models of extraction and destruction, and instead labor to repair and prevent future harms. The economic benefit of the Great Lakes themselves is immense for those where money is the most important thing. Far more Michiganders depend on the lakes for their livelihood than those few who would financially benefit from a Canadian pipeline tunnel. And there are far more and better long-term jobs in clean energy alternatives, not to mention decommissioning of the pipeline itself. The future of Michigan is dependent upon our Great Lakes, and it should not be put in the hands of a company with an incredibly awful track record in the state as it is. To all Michigan ones, shame on Enbridge for the ecological disaster that was the Kalamazoo oil spill, directly caused by their gross negligence. To all Michigan twice, shame on us. Although they've already spilled 1 million gallons along Line 5, unsupported sections in the straits, anchor strike, et cetera, Enbridge cannot be trusted no matter how much money they spend to convince otherwise. Your responsibility, as stated in the beginning of this call, is to consider the impact this will have under the limited sections of pertinent Michigan law. By those along, I think this proposal should still be denied. However, the scope should be expanded to include tunnel construction reflecting the Great Lakes Submerged Lands Act. This should fall under your purview. I also ask that the comment period be extended, as obviously from everyone here tonight, you can see there's definitely demand for that, and that tribal treaties be honored and their voices heard as well. In response to an earlier commenter, Michigan tribes withdrew from Line 5 federal discussions in protest after learning that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers were going to fast-track its approval, calling the Corps' actions unacceptable. EGLE must do better. This project is a destructive risk we simply cannot permit. Please think of future generations and the responsibility on your shoulders to protect the Great Lakes that literally define our state and us. Do the right thing, reject the tunnel, and shut down Line 5 for good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Next up is John Makowitz.
Hello, this is John. I'm a lifelong resident of the state of Michigan, and I want to start out by just I'm sure you guys heard this saying. It says it's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. One of the things that's bothering me here is seeing industry folks and people from the chamber, people from business development, they're all echoing the same comments. And I mean, if you look at the common thread amongst all those folks is it's profit. It's pure profit. It's pure greed, and they're doing it just because their livelihood is dependent on it. And they're not looking at the full picture here. I used to be in that industry, back in my earlier career. And I had customers, I had vendors that were in the oil and gas industry. And then after about a decade, I start researching it, and then I start seeing the lies. I've been to these meetings, these trade shows, and heard, has seen the corruption, has seen them, turn things around and again, echo talking points. I mean, we've heard 70% thrown around pretty loosely today by some of these industry folks. That tells you that they're lying, because there's no way that they would echo that same point. I mean, so it's clear that that they're trying to put it over on you again, because they're standing to profit from this. There's so many holes in this line. I mean, we can talk about the climate, that's going on. I mean, do we really want to lock in for the next 99 years? I mean, we've seen firsthand wildfires across not just the United States, but across the world. We've seen violent storms. I've even seen figures that say that the cost of these violent storms and the cost of the climate crisis is about $16 million. That's not per day, that's per hour. And there's no way that we can continue this and allow the oil industry to allow this pipeline. So I am opposed to Enbridge, not only because of their track record, or rather their lack of doing anything the right way, but just because it just doesn't make any sense. It's not sustainable. I mean, you can't continue to go on and on. We've heard some stories here about them saying that the majority of people use propane up in the UP. That's again is a lie. There is absolutely no way. Less than 19% of the people are using propane. They're using other sources. There's other sources of propane to get it up to the Upper Peninsula besides just through the Straits of Mackinac. Over 80 sources if you do your research on it. And so there's the risk is too high. I mean, we want to stay pure Michigan over here. And that means rejecting Enbridge and shutting down Line 5 and the tunnel. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you for your comments, John. All right. Next up is Kent Wood. And just so everybody knows where we're at, we have about 10 raised hands at the moment. If you have not made a comment yet and you would like to, just a reminder to raise your hand in Zoom, or if you're on the phone, you can select #2 and that will raise your hand and we'll call on you using the last 4 of your phone number. So with that, Kent, go ahead.
Good evening, Ryan. Thank you very much. I live in northern Michigan, nearly a lifelong resident of northern Michigan. And yeah, listening to the comments tonight, I wanted to share my perspective too, because this decision will potentially directly impact not just what a lot of the folks are talking about here tonight, both on the for and positive side, but really thousands of products that all of us use every day. The products in this pipeline are integrated in thousands of ways into our everyday life. It's not just gas, it's not just natural gas. Pipeline infrastructure is similar to our state federal highways that we use, every single day to move from place to place. And we all know, every single one of us knows the personal, professional, and safety disruption that it causes when these roads and thoroughfares are shut down. So we rely on, nearly everything that's bringing us together today, runs through these pipelines, and not only for our prosperity and economic well-being, but in innumerable ways for health and safety. When natural disasters happen, like the ice storms we had this past spring, the COVID pandemic, other health infrastructure crises, we don't only rush fresh water to the scene, right? As a society, we do whatever we can. We change rules, we adopt new laws to ensure that gas and fuel and food and plastics and all of the products that those produce can get where they are needed to keep people alive and healthy. So when that happens, there is never an argument then about the value or the virtue of these products or what makes them. So every single one of us profits from what's in these pipelines, and every single one of us benefits from it. So I guess my point is that shutting down pipelines, without regard for the downstream effects in our everyday lives, especially health and safety, how much plastics and petroleum and gas is integrated into our hospitals is just not wise public policy. If this project has been found to be the least damaging economically and environmentally, I think for the sake of good public policy, it should move forward. So I appreciate the time tonight, and I truly hope that you will consider this as you consider re-permitting this project for the second time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Kent. All right, next up is Laura Berglund. All right, Laura, you are unmuted on our end. You can feel free to unmute yourself and then begin when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm Laura Berglund. I'm an attorney at Earth Justice. We represent the Bay Mills Indian community. As you've already heard this evening, the Straits of Mackinac is a place that's sacred to several tribal nations, including the Bay Mills Indian community. In fact, they're of such cultural and religious significance that they are eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places as a traditional cultural landscape. And as you also heard this evening, tribal nations have treaty-protected hunting, fishing, and gathering rights in the Straits and the Great Lakes, and these rights need to be considered under Part 303 by EGLE. I'm going to turn to fishing first. I feel like that's one issue that's really not been addressed. And under both the public interest analysis of Part 303 and Part 303-4, EGLE must closely examine the impact of this project on fish and aquatic resources. This project will cause an unacceptable disruption and have a significant adverse impact on fish and aquatic resources. As an initial matter, there are significant data gaps that exist regarding this project's impact on fish and aquatic resources. The impact of vibration and noise on fish behavior has not been studied or analyzed. Since fishing is a treaty-protected right of tribal nations, EGLE needs to closely examine whether there will be an impact on fish behavior as a result of noise and vibration from the project. Studies show that fish behavior can be impacted as a result of vibration and noise, and although Enbridge argues that the level of vibration will not be significant, no data is provided to support this conclusion. In fact, no data is provided to indicate the actual levels of the vibrations that will be produced, the distance over which that vibration will travel, or the level of sound energy, particularly particle motion, that will get into the water. Studies show that behavioral alterations occur in some fish species at frequencies as low as 10 hertz, and Enbridge proposes frequency under 100 hertz. These impacts must be analyzed by EGLE. These impacts that may result from the noise and vibrations include animals leaving their feeding sites, abandoning their nests, eggs or larvae, being forced to change their migration paths, and not hearing potential mates or predators. And this could impact tribes' treaty-protected rights and need to be closely examined. And I just want to mention as well on the wetlands issue, these coastal wetlands are a critical and imperiled resource in Michigan. As a result, EGLE should reject Enbridge's proposal to destroy these wetlands in support of this project. The wetlands that will be lost not only provide habitats for threatened and endangered species, but are also home to plants that are culturally significant to tribal nations. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Laura. All right, Katie Olson is next. You're unmuted, Katie, and then can unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Katie Olson. I am a very proud Michigan native and current resident of Michigan's fantastic Upper Peninsula. I live on Lake Michigan. I enjoy it every single day, multiple times, and the thought of it being contaminated by oil breaks my heart. A lot of people have already said most of what I want to say, so I just want to hit some highlights and address some comments that other people have made. For example, Lee and a couple of others mentioned that the environmental disruption that building the tunnel would cause would be only temporary. I don't believe there's any such thing as temporary environmental disruption. Once you've disrupted a part of our ecosystem or destroyed part of it, it can't come back, and it certainly can't come back quickly, if at all. Kent mentioned that the products of Line 5 are integrated into all the parts of our life. And while that is true, what is more true is water is integrated into every part of our lives, including our own bodies. We can live without oil. Humanity lived for most of its span without oil, but we cannot live without water. So to risk, no matter how small the risk is, and there's certainly no such thing as no risk if you're talking about building a pipeline of any sort, let alone under 20% of the world's fresh surface water. But no matter how little that risk can be, any risk is too much. We cannot risk the beauty of our Great Lakes, the fresh water, the just all the ecosystem for a pipeline that is completely unnecessary. Enbridge's own experts say that 80% of the product from Line 5 can be replaced instantly, immediately, through already existing infrastructure. So there are a whole lot of negatives to this, very, very huge and dangerous negatives, and really no positives. And as TJ said, it's not a matter of if there's a leak, it is a matter of when. And the Straits of Mackinac is the worst place in the Great Lakes to have a leak, because the oil would be just dispersed throughout the whole Great Lakes so quickly. So please deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Katie. All right, next up is Lauren Techner. Are you there, Lauren?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I would like to first thank EGLE for providing us with the opportunity to provide a public comment regarding the proposed Line 5 tunnel project. My name is Megan Romano, and I'm speaking on behalf of Teichner Law PLC, a public interest law firm located in Traverse City, Michigan. Teichner Law is committed to protecting the state's natural resources and empowering communities. We speak today to express our unwavering disapproval of the Enbridge Tunnel project, a project that stands contrary to the values our firm promotes. As it stands now, Line 5 has been operating 21 years past its expected lifespan at the contact point between Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. The line's operator is a Canadian-based oil transportation company that has been involved in some of the largest oil spills in American history. Yet they continue to operate in the Great Lakes, where an estimated 21% of the world's surface freshwater lies. The company has shown continuous disregard for our state's rule of law, sustaining its operations in violation of Governor Gretchen Whitmer's order for the company to cease activity in Line 5 due to the heightened risk it posed to Michigan's drinking water. Further, allowing Enbridge to move forward would effectively allow it to bypass critical protections in the Michigan Submerged Land Act and undermine the public trust doctrine, safeguards that are designed through Michigan law to protect the Great Lakes for present and future generations. The SLA ensures that any occupation, alteration, or private use of the Great Lakes Bottomlands is subject to strict scrutiny and is a demonstrated public benefit. The proposed tunnel does not meet the public benefit test, rather serving as a private commercial interest while exposing Michigan's water to long-term risks from pipeline leaks and future operational failures. Under the public trust doctrine, Michigan holds the Great Lakes in trust for the benefit of the public. This duty is non-delegible, meaning that the state cannot weaken its responsibility to protect public rights for private gain. By issuing permits that circumvent SLA review, EGLE would be in breach of its own fiduciary obligation to the public. The Michigan Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed that the public trust resources must be preserved against impairment and that the state must exercise the highest level of protection. Allowing the Enbridge Tunnel project to proceed would set a dangerous precedent, signaling to other private actors that regulatory shortcuts and long-term environmental risks can be sanctioned over objections of the people of Michigan. The Great Lakes are not replaceable. They serve not only as a critical resource for the people of Michigan, but for people throughout the world. We urge EGLE not to allow the commencement of the Enbridge Tunnel project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, next up, Matthew Bork.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Matthew Bork, Matthew, B as in boy, O-R-K-E. First, I'd like to talk about requesting an extension for this public comment. In the process of and reasoning for this extension, presently there's roughly 30 different documents that are compiled within the overall permit. What you supplied publicly to us is a 3-page document that outlines that these documents exist somewhere in your Michigan environmental porthole, and that is slurried in between roughly 900 documents in that porthole that date back to 2020. If you make note from your recent public information that you had last week, most everybody in the public is very confused as to what specifically we're supposed to focus on in this public comment, because you're not actually making it easy for the public to actually know what files to review. So really, for starters, can we please get an extension for this public comment? And can you please, even though it's randomly put in a spot online, if you could compile the documents that the public needs to review to do a proper public comment, that would be greatly appreciated. As well as you could also provide another verbal public comment that should be done in a hybrid zone, both in person and virtual. Although that some of this technology is great, as you will notice, there has been several glitches. There's a lot of people, by just making it done on a computer, that other people don't have access to. And I believe you have an obligation to try, and your hope is to provide public access. On to the specifics of some of the things that I believe are within the permit. Right now there's 2 different things that maybe we're supposed to be giving public comment on, but the NPDES, the pollution discharge permit, presently is not ready, but yet it has to do with the other side of the 5 million gallons that they're planning on withdrawing every single day out of the Straits of Mackinac. Presently, looking at the design, there's been nothing on the horizontal directional drilling of where the drilling mud will even go. What you're doing is giving Enbridge a free rein on topping water out of the Straits of Mackinac for really an unlimited period of time, even though they say they might eventually remove it. Same process with Line 5, but they're never going to remove it. Within that, you're looking at potentially a violation of the Great Lakes Compact, because the return water that's going to be returned to the lake is not going to be done in the same way that it is received. You're looking at muddy waters. When they're even talking about remediation, we're only talking about it like a silt fence. We don't know what chemicals are actually going to be mixing in with the drilling
you're out
fluid.
of time, so please wrap your comments up.
We don't. Thank you. We don't know the proprietary drilling fluids that they're going to be mixing, and therefore there's no way to even understand how to filter out in that next public comment. So if you could please extend our public comment period, it would be greatly appreciated, so that we can actually review what you would like us to do and work with you to protect our water. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks for your comment, Matthew. All right, next up is Laura Fine. All right, are you there, Laura?
I am. Good evening.
All right, good evening. You can begin when you're ready.
First, I want to thank all of you very knowledgeable, geographically, geologically, and scientifically knowledgeable Michiganders who are opposing Pipeline 5 and the proposed tunnel, who have spoken up this evening. Thank you for your research and your education and your knowledge. And I'm going to give a slightly different perspective because I am a Michigander by choice. After visiting Michigan for many summers, and after my retirement, looking all over the world for where I wanted to live, I've chosen Northern Michigan as my new home for a number of years now. And so I have an outsider's perspective. If all of the tourists that come, which make up quite a bit of your economy, and as the climate is going to make the earth hotter, more and more people will be coming to visit and to live in Northern Michigan because it's still temperate. If those people knew, and all the tourists knew, and were as horrified as I was once I moved here to find out that there is an old man-made pipe running underneath your pristine beautiful waters here. I think that they would be horrified as well. And I think you would lose a lot of worldwide and American tourists who come to visit if they found out that your Pure Michigan slogan is hypocritical. In fact, that there's possibility of making it even worse with a tunnel. And that if all the people eating your wonderful fish here, tourists and Michiganders alike, would know that the fish might now become and are possibly polluted from mercury and other chemicals, I think they would stop coming as well. So take a broader perspective and look outside of Michigan and think about the whole planet, like looking at it from out in the stratosphere and looking at our Earth, which is 75% water and so much of it from the Great Lakes, and have a broader perspective and see that all it would take would be one earthquake. And nowadays everyone's saying this is unprecedented, and that is unprecedented. Well, all it would take would be one unprecedented disaster, like the plates shifting or an earthquake or anything of the sort, to disrupt the tunnel and disrupt the old pipeline, to cause a rupture. And imagine then what would happen, and the effects on all of the lakes. And then the lakes flow into rivers, flow into other states, flow into all the tributaries. It's all interconnected. And for what? So think very carefully.
Laura, you're out of time, so please
And this
wrap your
needs to be
comments
up
up.
for, yes, this needs to be for vote, up for vote.
Thanks for your comment.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So next up is, looks like we have two people logged in as Jennifer Schlitt. So if you are logged in as Jennifer, but you have not spoken yet, we have unmuted you, and you can begin when you're ready. It looks like you were unmuted, but we couldn't hear you.
Well,
there you are.
my name is not Jennifer Schlicht, and I don't know why. Oh, I know. Maybe it was because of a shared Zoom
shared
link.
link.
I'm so sorry. Okay, let me start then. I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you for offering the chance for online public comment. My name is Catherine Dalaga. I'm 67 years old, an active union member of the Communication Workers of America and the News Guild, and a volunteer leader of Third Act Michigan. I'm also a lifelong resident of Southeast Michigan, now in Ypsilanti. I've never had the privilege of living near the Straits, but visit as often as I can. I'm grateful to claim some measure of personal stake in the matter now, since my daughter and son-in-law are homeowners on the lake shore north of Rogers City. Nevertheless, I feel an obligation to ensure that my own two granddaughters, now 5 years old and 9 months old, and all children to come, are able to enjoy the beauty and magnificence of the Straits and the lakes overall. In case that all didn't make it clear, I fervently oppose the tunnel construction. I join those advocating for additional public comment time, not one happening in midsummer and not one limited to online participation. While I'm not Indigenous, I strongly support the position of the Great Lakes tribes in defending their treaty rights, opposing the operation of Line 5 as a pipeline or as a tunnel, and thereby standing up for our collective best interest. I add my support to those requesting a more thorough environmental review. Let me add a couple of other points explaining my opposition. I want to ask, what are we doing here? Giving serious consideration to the construction of new fossil fuel infrastructure to benefit a Canadian company which has over the past few decades demonstrated their commitment to move their product no matter the costs, short and long term. Last month, we saw the 15th anniversary of the Line 6B rupture, still one of the very worst inland spills, causing permanent damage despite serious efforts to remediate the harm. Enbridge was responsible for that rupture, and their track record before July 2010 and after does not inspire confidence, regardless of their assurances that this time, no, really, this time, it'll all go according to plan. For that matter, decommissioning the Line 5 should happen ASAP as well. Its operation without a major break in the Straits for over 70 years is in no way whatsoever a guarantee that a break will not happen tomorrow. Again this summer, as in 2023, Canadian boreal forests are burning up from west to east. The smoke has blown all the way across the Atlantic, worsening the brutal record-breaking heat wave that Europeans are enduring this summer. How many more years are we going to dig the metaphoric hole of our dependency on fossil fuel for energy? We cannot continue to deny the climate emergency caused at base by the blanket of pollution that the burning of fossil fuels adds to our atmosphere. The first rule of holes is to stop digging. This is absolutely the rule we should uphold now and refrain from digging this literal hole for the Line 5 tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Jessica Schwab.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Fantastic. My name is Jessica Schwab. I'm a resident of Detroit, Michigan. And as a Michigander and a young person, I strongly oppose the construction of this pipeline. And I urge EGLE to reject Enbridge's application to fill and construct in wetlands along the Great Lakes and to place a water intake structure in Lake Michigan. I want to start by discussing the economics of this pipeline. So, contrary to what many of the speakers have talked about today, this pipeline really does not make any financial sense. The majority of this product, about 95%, in Line 5 goes to Sarnia, Canada. So much of it is Canadian oil going back into Canada. Previously classified court documents reveal that Enbridge's own experts have stated that gas prices would increase negligibly, less than 1 cent per gallon in Michigan and the Midwest without Line 5. And Line 5 appears to supply only about 10% of the jet fuel at DTW, while nearby states such as Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio could easily make up for the shortfall. So kind of going against what some of the other speakers have talked about before. Enbridge employs a very negligible number of workers. I mean, those are important jobs, but it's less than 120, and more jobs would be created by decommissioning and removing the line than by building a new tunnel. So the economics of this don't really make sense. EGLE's mandate requires that you will consider the benefits that this pipeline would pose to Michigan. Our state is really relying on the Great Lakes. That's where we get our name. That's where we derive a lot of our identity. Enbridge's own testimony, their own numbers, seem to suggest this pipeline isn't going to help Michiganders or Michigan companies or Michigan small businesses. It's just going to benefit a massive Canadian oil company. I know that this comment period is not considering the totality of the tunnel, but it is located in pretty much the worst possible place for an oil spill in the Great Lakes. And the Kalamazoo oil spill really revealed a culture of deviance and a culture of not really following the rules at Enbridge. We're basically we're trusting the fox to construct the henhouse, so to speak. And it strikes me as very silly to trust the environmental assessments of the same group that has a financial stake in having this put forward. More specifically to this public comments, many people have talked about before how wetlands are one of the most important diverse ecosystems in North America. Many have already been destroyed, and so allowing more wetlands to be destroyed is also contrary to our interests as a state and our environmental responsibilities. As someone who has lived here, cares a lot about this region, I urge EGLE to consider these risks that the entire tunnel poses and reject Enbridge's application. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Jessica. All right, Connie Boris is next. Oh, are you there, Connie? Oh, I've got Erica. Connie?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, great.
You can begin, Connie.
Okay, just a couple of quick comments on Kent's comments about oil and water. I mean, about oil and how they're so important for people being healthy because of all the plastic products. He needs to do a bit more research on that, because one of the biggest problems with the oil being used to make plastic products is that the PFAS, indestructible chemicals, enter our bodies. They enter the bodies of animals and fish and make us all sick, and we have shortened lives. Second thing is about Matthew's comments about the there's a lot of documents. During the break, I looked at the number of documents in the MI environmental portal for this, and there's 913 documents to review. Now, this next comment goes to John Walt. I have reviewed an awful lot of wetland, I call them wetland destruction permit applications because that's in effect what they are. And what we need to do is we need more time to look at this. We've heard a number of times where people are saying, please extend the comment period. Well, John, I would like you today, right now, at this meeting, to extend the public comment period to September 29th rather than August 29th, because there are only 8 working days to respond, to review and respond to 913 documents. That's incredible. That's one of the worst that I've seen in the number of applications that I've reviewed. So I would ask EGLE right now, make a decision, extend that public comment period to September 29th. And the other thing that's kind of strange about the timing for this public hearing is you have it 2 days before Labor Day. A lot of people have already left on vacation beginning on Monday to enjoy the Labor Day holiday. So again, you need, as the hearings officer, to extend this to August 29th. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thanks for your comments, Connie.
Yep.
All right, next up, Erica Bolden.
Hello, my name is Erica Bolden, and I'm with the Michigan Climate Action Network, and we strongly encourage EGLE to oppose Enbridge's Line 5 tunnel project and to decommission the current Line 5. To put it simply, it directly contradicts the Michigan Healthy Climate Plan written by this exact entity. Just as a reminder of the goals set by EGLE, I will continue to read statements from the plan in which I found on your website. This plan lays out a broad vision for fulfilling the governor's fall 2020 commitment for Michigan to achieve 100% economy-wide carbon neutrality by mid-century, the global science-based benchmark for reducing greenhouse gas emissions to avoid the most devastating and costly impacts of climate change. All 10 million of us have big parts to play in decarbonizing our economy, from the governor and state lawmakers who make the necessary state policy changes and budgetary decisions to the workers, business leaders, and entrepreneurs who will turn cutting-edge climate solutions into high-quality jobs and economic prosperity. It's essential that we act now to greatly accelerate the decarbonization of Michigan's economy, building on the recent progress Michigan has made thanks to our public and private sector leaders. Some of the goals in the plan include accelerate a clean energy deployment and support innovative clean energy projects to reach 100% carbon neutrality by 2050 and a 52% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and which is outlined directly in your plan. To clean the electric grid and generate 60% of the state's electricity by renewable resources, to protect 30% of Michigan's land and water by 2030, and to capture all greenhouse gas emissions, maintain and improve access to recreational opportunities for Michiganders, and protect biodiversity. To drive clean innovation in industry and encourage clean innovation hubs, where enterprises strategically co-locate and collaborate to develop and deploy new, cleaner manufacturing technologies and conduct research and development to reduce emissions harm from decarbonized industries. If we do not act aggressively to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, these changes will only intensify and the impacts will become more challenging, dangerous, and expensive for Michigan residents. It's imperative that we reduce emissions as quickly as possible and simultaneously prepare for the challenges we cannot prevent. So to close, these are direct statements from EGLE's website. And in conclusion, if EGLE approves this, the this tunnel project, it will directly contradict the actions that you've not only encouraged the residents in the state to take, but also that you have ensured Michiganders that you will take alongside with them. So really, this is just a direct contradiction against a huge document that you guys have written, supported, and put out for the state, and we encourage you to follow that suit. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Thank you, Erica. All right, next up is Don Goodwin. You there, Don?
Bonjour, Gagayashi, Kendishnikas, Gawaba, Beginning Kagajujuba. Hi, I'm Don Goodwin. I'm from Minnesota. I'm here to warn you all about Enbridge. We were resisting Line 3 here in Minnesota. Enbridge left us with 4 reported aquifer breaches and 32 reported frac outs from their hydraulic drilling. That's reported. It's what they're required to report. We were on the ground and we witnessed more than that. We also seen from thermal imaging areas, 26 other areas of concerned water disturbance. So Enbridge left us here in Minnesota with irreparable damage to our ecosystems. And they're on track to do the same there. I'm part of the Indigenous Women's Treaty Alliance. And so I'm here to oppose the tunnel project. Like I've said before, it's absolutely absurd to think this is a good idea to build this tunnel. So I am against it. And just warning you about Enbridge's bad actions. They had an aquifer breach in January in 2021 and did not report that. They were allowed from 5 million gallons of water to dewater during an exceptional drought. They were allowed to actually dewater 5 billion gallons of water during that time, during an exceptional drought. They kept this from the public, their aquifer breach, from June to August when somebody reported it. And they were actually fined in Clearwater County. I worked with a team. You can find information about this at Wadukawad Amikwag. Check them out on Facebook. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. All right. Next is Elizabeth Vincent.
Hello, am I coming through okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good evening. My name's Liz. I'm a lifelong Michigander, and I regularly visit the UP and cherish our beautiful lakes. Echoing many people on this call, I oppose the Line 5 tunnel project. Between the Line 6B rupture in Kalamazoo River, the over 1.1 million gallons spilled by Line 5, and Enbridge's continued intrusion on treaty-protected native land, Enbridge has shown they can't be trusted to keep our best interests in mind. This tunnel project proposal is hasty, risky, and unnecessary. As others have said, the economic impact of denying this permit and eventually shutting down the pipeline altogether would be negligible and will far outweigh the risks of carrying out the tunnel project. I don't feel compromising our natural resources to increase the bottom line is a wise decision. I also urge everyone who has an economic interest in this project to consider the health, environmental, and financial costs if this fails. This isn't keeping money domestic. It isn't supporting small business or improving lives of Michiganders. It's a massive liability that will devastate the local environment, and Michiganders will be left to shoulder the burden. Thank you to EGLE for holding this hearing to allow us to weigh in on this project, and thank you to everyone else who has spoken up against the project this evening. I don't think we can risk our Great Lakes to allow this project to continue. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. All right, next up, Andrea Pierce.
Ani,
Wasno de Kwe Indigenous Kas Wakanaka Singo Dawa Nojaba Mukwa Nadodum. I am Andrea Pierce. I am a member of the Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians, which is right there in Mackinac area. I am Anishinaabe. I am part of I am employed at Michigan Environmental Justice Coalition as a policy director, and I am a chair and founder of the Anishinaabe Caucus of the Democratic Party. I want to say that we need to stop this playing these games, deny the permit. This is not an either or in part of the conversations here. We don't need a pipeline, so it's not either that or a tunnel. It's not going to do Michigan or tribal lands any good. Get it out of here. Send it back to Canada. Let them deal with their own crap that they have to deal with. We don't need it. This pipeline has been operating illegally for the last 4 years. Enbridge is actively suing the state of Michigan. So why are we even having these conversations like they're good business partners? They are not. They have proven over and over they are not to be trusted. One person mentioned PFAS. I want to remind everybody that PFAS killed my mother at the Pellston Airport. It is a dangerous forever chemical that we will never get rid of. We do not need that in our waters any more than what we have. With the start of building this tunnel, we will have man camps. That is Enbridge employees that are hidden in these areas, and what they'll be doing is human sexual trafficking. We don't need that in Michigan either. We have a we have a task force against missing and murdered Indigenous women. I really don't want to have to use it. I'm scared to death for my family that lives up north. I have family there, I have aunts, cousins, beautiful people. I don't want them to be stolen and killed. I really don't. I went to a meeting recently last month on the Bay Mills Indian Community Tribe, and they are saying that we need to work on removing our ancestors from the burial mounds on the north and the south because they want to desecrate Native American burial mounds and our ancestors. That is just sick and disgusting that we are even sitting here considering building a tunnel or let them build a tunnel on our lands while they're going to remove our ancestors. This just tells me that my people, the Anishinaabe people, are not safe in these territories, dead or alive. So we need to fix this. We really do. Just say no to the stupid permit. And this is not an energy emergency. That was part of why this is being fast-tracked. It's an energy emergency from the being written up in the resolution from that felon in the White House. It's a lie. Don't fall for it. It's a lie. Must have been off of Fox News. Do not pass the permit. Deny, deny, deny. Deny Enbridge, these criminals, from destroying tribal lands in our
Andrea,
beautiful state of Michigan.
You're out of time, so it'd be great if you could wrap up your comments.
Yeah, I can be done now. Thank you so much. I appreciate public comment. I just think that we should be in a position that we don't have to sit here and consider negligence over our tribal lands in this beautiful state. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, we are down to our last raised hand. If you haven't made a comment yet and would like to, just a reminder to raise your hand in Zoom at the bottom of your screen, or if you're on the phone and you'd like to make a comment, select #2 on your phone, and that will raise your hand in Zoom, and we'll call on you using the last 4 of your phone number. So with that, William Gordon, you're up.
Hello, my name's William Gordon. You can hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
I am a resident of Washtenaw County and a property owner in Mason County. I grew up 8 miles from Lake Michigan. I think it's only plainly logical that we should get this pipeline off the floor of the lake and into a tunnel where it can be safely maintained. It is important for the energy needs of our state and our neighbors. And it's simple logic that we should build this tunnel in a careful and reasoned manner, but the tunnel should be built. The pipeline should be maintained in a safer fashion than it is now. So I support the tunnel and hope that this would go forward. I feel like this project would be done by now if we hadn't had all the holdups for it. So it needs to be completed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I've got hand raised by John Makowitz. Before we unmute you though, John, just so you know, I think you've already provided a comment, so we wouldn't be able to take an additional comment unless you have somebody on the line who hasn't spoken yet. So we're going to go ahead and unmute you and see if that's the case. Are you there, John?
Yes, I am there. I just want to make a statement about
John, if you've already spoken, we can't give you a second bite of the apple. Everybody gets the same period of time, one comment per person. If you have additional
can you at least extend the period to the end of September?
John, if we'll address that at some point, but we can't accept any more comments if you already made a comment. So next, we have a raised hand, River Ackerman. So River, we're unmuted on our end. You can unmute yourself and begin when you're ready. Are you there, River? All right, if you're having trouble unmuting yourself, and this is probably a good time to mention this, is that we're going to identify those other ways to make a comment and who to contact or where to contact if you have questions. So with that, River, we're going to go on to the next raised hand. Again, Matthew Bork, I think you've already provided a comment. Is there anybody else on the line who would like to make a comment, Matthew? We'll unmute you and we'll come back to River.
Yes. River's here with me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Here, River.
Hi, sorry, the unmute was not working.
Okay, no worries.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can begin when you're ready.
Hi, yeah. My name is River Ackerman. I'm a video journalist. Didn't really choose to document Enbridge so much, but it kind of came to me because when the Line 6B oil spill happened in Kalamazoo, that was where my grandfather and aunts and uncles lived, and so I've been kind of watching Enbridge ever since, and I've documented a lot of violations and things they've done all over Minnesota and Wisconsin, different spills, diluent spills, all sorts of terrible things, and they just leave destruction wherever they go. My parents have property 13 miles from the line in Emmet County, and no one there wants it to go through. We care about the Mackinac Straits, we care about the Great Lakes, and just by seeing Enbridge's track record, it's not a safe project, and it would harm the waters and the indigenous people of that land. So yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to try to continue Line 5 through the Great Lakes. There's so many other possibilities. There's people who say this is the best option, but that hasn't really been proven to be true with their track record. So yeah, that's kind of what I have to say.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you for your comment, River.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for letting me speak.
All right. Nicole QA Biber, looks like your hand's raised. Is there anyone else at your location that'd like to make a comment?
Yes, other people at my location.
Okay. If you have more than one, if they could just state their name before they start, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so here's the first one. Sorry, they're arguing about who's first. Come, you first.
We have one person who would like to go.
Okay.
No, don't lie. Okay, the tunnel
Say your
around
name.
line. I'm Pearl Biber. I'm 15, and I'm saying that the tunnel around line 5 is a very bad idea because Enbridge does not care about the safety of the Great Lakes. They're a Canadian company, and they just want to use their propaganda to get as much money as possible. The tunnel is something and nothing like that's ever been tried before. And it's very obviously unsafe, not only if it were to rupture, but the building of it is not a safe option. And even at any moment, like while they're deciding whether to build it or not, the pipeline could just break. So the only smart option is to just shut it down.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, I'm Moses Fiber, and yeah, I'm 11 years old. And also, I think that so they tried to make a solution for if the pipeline bursts. They put a tunnel around it, which I guess the idea is that if it bursts, then the concrete tunnel will catch the oil. I personally prefer to trust the scientists, and they say that if the oil ends up in the tunnel, the concrete will explode. And it's also under bedrock, which they might think might be a safety measure, but it's another problem is that it's not all bedrock, and sand and normal rock in some parts just won't cut it if it explodes. And it's pretty old, so it's not unlikely. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. All right. Anybody else there, Nicole?
Nope, that's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, Matthew Bork, your hand's raised. We're going to unmute you again. Anybody else there?
Yep.
Okay. Just have
Bonjour, Ninda Jenakas, Niguan, Mashkazibi, Nindu and Jaba, Mundo Dam. I'm calling from the shore of Lake Superior where I reside, and I am a Bad River member of the Bad River Band of Lake Superior Chippewa. We've been in litigation with Enbridge for a long time, and we won our cases to have this line removed from our within the reservation. They've threatened us 10 times over by trying to reroute it around our reservation, which puts us at more and more and more risk. But it's still within our waterways and our watershed. We don't have, I don't think that Enbridge has a good faith record at all, and they have not been safe. But beyond that, we've got a lot of human conditions that we associate with water, namely our health. And we're talking about generations to come. Well, I can tell you that I lived with my great uncles within my lifetime and knew my grandpas, their children. And then I knew my parents and many of that generation, and I know mine today. And I've had children, and I now have grandchildren. When we talk about a 7th generation perspective, we live within 7 generations of our lifetime. And within my grandchildren are the future, because every woman across cultures is born with all the children they're ever going to have. Now, we've watched the human health impacts go down and down and down here across these generations. And I could tell you that I've got a grandfather who was 108 years old, and they know him to be Moccasin Mike. Moccasin Mike had a mail route from Superior, Wisconsin to Marquette, Michigan. He then lived the rest of his life right on the Bad River Sloughs, which is where 40% of Lake Superior's wild rice is at. All of these waters are connected. They use all of those waterways, all of those wetlands. We recharge. We've got underwater rivers. This is just not right. It's immoral. And it's not just treaty rights that were granted. We reserved those rights in lieu of that money. And we reserved those rights to be sustained from the lands of our territories under these treaties. And there's a federal trust responsibility that we have shared, and we have fought all kinds of corporations across these Great Lakes. But this is an export line. Bottom line, this is an export line, and they have two. That Kalamazoo line was replaced. If it's so goddamn great, then put the oil through that one and shut down line 5. There's too much to risk. Miigwech.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else there, Matthew, who would like to make a comment while I have you on the line?
No, that's all. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you. All right, so we're going to give it a couple seconds. I don't have any other raised hands at the moment. But if we don't have any other raised hands, we'll move on to the next part of the night, which we will provide those other ways you can make a comment. The public notice period, public comment period is still open, so you can still make comments. And then we'll provide where to contact if you have additional questions. All right, and it looks like Lauren Sargent, looks like your hand is raised. Feel free to unmute yourself and begin your comment when you're ready.
Yes, my name is Dr. Lauren Sargent. I am concerned for all of the reasons that have already been raised. And one of the ones that I particularly am appalled by is that we now know that there are indigenous burial sites, grave sites on the bottomlands that are being threatened by this tunnel. That's desecration. That's just plain evil to consider doing that. And what we're talking about is for what? A tunnel to carry oil that we should be stopping using if we want to have a livable future on this planet, and desecrating grave sites that are sacred. That's just plain wrong by any measure. And I don't know how this discussion didn't end the day that those were discovered. And those were discovered by the initiative of citizens who were investigating all of the potential risks of this pipe, well, of rebuilding this pipeline and doing a tunnel. It should stop, and it should stop now. Line 5 should be shut down. We already know that it's dangling in the water. It doesn't have supports. It's just nothing short of a miracle that it hasn't ruptured yet. This is the time to pull the plug, to stop it before the unthinkable happens, and to respect the graves of the first residents of this area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. All right, is there anybody else who would like to make a comment who has not yet made a comment? Again, you can raise your hand in Zoom, or if you're on this phone, select #2 and that will raise your hand in Zoom. All right. Again, if we don't have any other raised hands, next step will be to go through those other ways to submit a comment and who to contact or where to contact for additional questions if you have questions. All right, so with that, I'm not seeing any other raised hands. John, you want to read the closing statement for tonight?
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I'll mute myself. So thank you for your comments and cooperation, everybody. We appreciate your interest in the proposed project and that you took the time to be here tonight. As indicated at the beginning of the hearing, you may submit additional written comments until August 29 of 2025. Following the close of the public comment period, we will consider all comments received and make a decision on the proposed project. Just to remind those that may still want to submit a comment, comments can be submitted via MyEnviro portal, email, or US mail. Ryan will go over those again, I believe. The hearing is now closed. Thank you again.
Yeah, many thanks, John. As John mentioned, there's other ways to submit a comment. I'm going to read these off for the people on the phone. through MyEnviro, which we'll be putting that link in the chat, submission HQ3-8BYB-N9DT1, or by email to EGLE, E-G-L-E, Enbridge-public-comments@michigan.gov, or by mail to EGLE, GDO-WRD, at P.O. Box 30458, Lansing, Michigan 48909-7958. And the comment period after this public hearing will be open until August 29th, 2025. All right, if you have a question, if you have any questions about the comment period length, I know that was something that was brought up. This will be the platform to submit your question to EGLE, Enbridge, public comments at michigan.gov. Just include question in the subject line so we know that you're asking a question related to this application and project. All right, before we wrap up, Jared, any closing comments for us?
Yeah, just very quickly, thanks to the EGLE team for sticking it out. Obviously a 4-hour public hearing here because there is tons of interest, and it's a really important project to the residents in Michigan. And so most of all, thanks to those of you who took the time to stay with us, provide comments, tons of thoughtful and useful comments in there. And I want to assure you of a couple things. Number one is that no matter how you submitted a comment, whether it's here tonight or whether it's in writing or one of the other ways, every comment will be reviewed, and that we also recognize the importance of this decision, and we're taking it very seriously, our responsibility.
Yeah, many thanks, Jared. Last thing I'll just have is, even though this was a public hearing, there was a public information session last week, and that public information session was recorded and is on our YouTube channel. This hearing was recorded and will also be on our YouTube channel. We'll try to get that up as soon as we can in case you want to watch any of the statements. Today, yeah, thanks to all the EGLE staff and for all of you for sticking it out with us as well. Hope you all have a great rest of your night. And thanks again.